like this program is original FM and Metro Digital, and this program is going to run through the whole day. We are talking scientific, we are talking environment, we are looking at the various SDGs that are affected when life on Mother Earth is also going down. So from water bodies, or protecting water bodies, the economy, and also outright environmental issues like filth in the capital. But today, my colleague Brighter Benin and his team, the Chiefs team, will also be outdooring a documentary on filth that has engulfed the capital. So he will be giving you further details on what I am talking about. But this is the exhibition site, and this is the City Conference Hall at the University of Ghana. I will be bringing you up to speed on subsequent happenings before the program ends. But over to you in the studios.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the program, would all still be outstanding and to the Ghana National Anthem before we begin officially. God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you very much. Please, you may resume your seats. Indeed, God bless our homeland, Ghana. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again, and welcome to the Clean Conference 2026. This is being put together by the Ignite Media Group, Metro TV, Original 91.9 FM, and also Metro Digital. This program is live on our channel, Metro TV, Original 91.9 FM on the radio, and across our social media platforms. My name is Desmond Okrekudanso. I'm a broadcast journalist with the Ignite Media Group, and I am doing this together with my co-MC. And our very good friend from the Ghana Christian Council will help us with that, Reverend Jawada Godwin Amuzu. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes. And we usher the program into the hands of the Almighty God for a successful one as we pray to be.
Promoting a clean environment, in promoting environmental stewardship. Thank you for Ignite Media and this brilliant idea to bring us together to brainstorm on how far we have come in our pursuit of the Millennium Development Goals on water, sanitation, health, and clean environment. Lord, we invoke your presence to be with us throughout this conference. May this conference, Lord, not only put ideas together, but more importantly, find ways of implementing these ideas in partnership with the state. Thank you for the Chief of Staff, Office of the President. Thank you for the Christian Council of Ghana, and thank you for all collaborators. We trust the Lord, at the end of this conference, we will all resolve to play our respective roles to make Ghana clean, to make Ghana an environmentally conscious nation where people will begin to do the right thing to keep our environment clean, to ensure that we live healthily in order to go about our various tasks of building this nation. So Lord, begin with us, continue with us, and end with us, that all glory, all honor, and adoration will be yours through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Amuzu. Amen. Amen. Right. We'll do well as a country. So, Doc.
Sorry, thank you. Good morning, everyone. No response. Thank God it's Friday. Our apologies for the delayed start of the program. If you just came in, you would understand the kind of drama that's going on at the entrance. I have personally been stuck there for an hour just to enter. So apologies, this is not what we planned. We want to give you a warm welcome to the program, and we want to call the man himself, the man who carries the vision for this conference. And I want to call Von Bakustein. Please, let's give it up for him.
Yes, the
Managing Director of the Ignite Media Group. Sometimes mentioning the name is so Klaus von Backenstein. Thank you very much, sir.
I'll use this. Good morning, distinguished guests of honor, Chief of Staff, Republic of Ghana, honorable ministers, members of parliament, representatives of development partners, Noya Manche, representative of His Royal Highness Gamanche, traditional and religious leaders, chairman and members of Christian Council of Churches, members of academia, business leaders, civil society representatives, media colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure, on behalf of the board, management and staff of Metro TV, which is part of the Ignite Media Group, to warmly welcome you to this Clean Conference 2026. We are particularly honored by your presence and by the collective interest you have shown in this important national conversation. Our theme, assessing Ghana's progress towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, is both timely and necessary. The Sustainable Development Goals represent a global commitment to building a world where development is inclusive, poverty is reduced, inequalities are addressed, and the environment is protected, and every individual has an opportunity to live a dignified life. But 2030 is no longer far away. We are approaching the final stretch of the SDG agenda, and this requires us to pause and ask some honest and difficult questions. How far have we come as a country? What have we achieved? Where are we falling behind? What are the barriers to progress? And perhaps, most importantly, what must we do differently to accelerate action? Ladies and gentlemen, for Metro TV and Ignite Media Group, this conference is not simply another event on the calendar. It represents our commitment to using the power of media to contribute to national development. As a media organization operating through Metro TV, Original FM, and Metro Digital, we recognize the enormous influence and responsibility that come with reaching audiences across different platforms. Our responsibility goes beyond reporting what happens. We must help citizens understand what is happening. We must provide platforms for informed discussions. And we must ask questions when institutions and leaders need to provide answers. We must highlight the problems and the solutions. And we must give a voice to our communities and individuals whose experiences can help shape national policy and development. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about sustainable development goals, we are not talking about distant international targets. We cannot build a prosperous Ghana while destroying the natural systems that support our lives and our economy. We cannot continue to treat our rivers, forests, wetlands, and communities as if they have unlimited capacity to absorb our irresponsible actions. And we cannot expect government alone to solve these problems. Government cannot be everywhere. The private sector has a role to play through responsible investment, innovation, job creation, and sustainable business practices. Civil society must continue to educate communities and advocate for accountability. Academia must provide research, evidence, and innovative solutions. Traditional and religious leaders have an important role in influencing attitudes and mobilizing communities. The media must continue to inform, educate, and hold duty bearers accountable. And citizens themselves must recognize that development is also about personal responsibility. Our recent experiences with flooding and environmental degradation should remind us that climate resilience must become an important part of national planning. We need to build communities that can withstand environmental pressures. We need better waste management systems. We need to protect our drainage systems and wetlands. We need to promote sustainable agriculture. We need to protect our forests and water bodies. And we need to ensure that economic development does not undermine the environmental foundations upon which our future depends. Distinguished guests, this conference is therefore an opportunity for honest reflection, but it must also be an opportunity for collaboration. We should not leave this room simply knowing more about the SDGs. We should live with stronger partnerships, clearer commitments, and practical ideas. The real measure of a successful conference is not the number of speeches delivered or the number of people who attend. It is what happens after the conference and how we measure progress. These are the questions that must guide our discussions today. Through our television, radio, and digital platforms, we will continue to provide space for national conversations around environmental protection and development. But we must also recognize that media cannot do this alone. A Ghana where development does not leave vulnerable people behind is what we need. In a Ghana where every citizen understands that they have a role to play in shaping the future. Distinguished guests, let us make this conference a turning point. Let our discussions be frank. Let our ideas be practical. Let our partnerships be meaningful. And let our commitments be measurable. As Metro TV, we believe that media can ignite these conversations. And this is the spirit behind the Clean Conference. I therefore encourage all participants to engage openly, challenge ideas respectfully, share experiences, and most importantly, identify solutions that can be implemented. Let us work together to ensure that the SDGs become more than global commitments written in policy documents. Let them become visible improvements in lives of ordinary Ghanaians. And let us build a culture where cleanliness, sustainability, accountability, and responsible citizenship become part of our national character. And let us all ensure that when Ghana reaches 2030, we can look back and say that we did not merely talk about sustainable development, we acted. On behalf of Metro TV, Original FM, and Metro Digital, I thank you once again for joining us and for believing in the importance of this conversation. Together, let us build a cleaner, healthier, more inclusive, and sustainable Ghana. Thank you very much, and you are all welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. We are grateful for this conference. Let's have our guests to sit down so that we have little movement. Yes. We will reintroduce ourselves, welcome you, give some acknowledgements, and then we will put into perspective how the day is going to look like. I think that is only fair that we let you know what to expect. I promise you it's going to be painless and very purposeful. It's taken us a long time to get here. Permit me to reintroduce myself. My name is Dr. Abna Nyakwasmenin. I am a leadership and sustainability practitioner. I want to emphasize the sustainability practitioner. So I have a stake in this. I am particularly interested in the outcomes of this inaugural conference and what we will do with the outcomes. It should not remain only on paper. We have enough policies as is. Now we have only 3 years left. 2030 is just at the corner. No longer an ambition. Now it's a deadline. I want to, because we have a varied audience, I would want to talk a little about or mention a few of the themes in the SDGs that we are going to focus on. And the effort is for you to take something, an actionable commitment with you today. As we go on with this one, we have a tall list of people to acknowledge, permit me, and we are taking our time a little bit because of the delay. Now, we will be talking about SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production, and one which is not on paper technically for us to discuss, but one that underpins all the discussions we are going to have, is the SDG 13, which is climate action. It is our responsibility to make sure that we've achieved some key milestones with these SDGs. We will immediately switch to acknowledgements. That is a tall list, so it will be between my co-host and myself. We will start off with, I think you should start with the tall list.
Right.
Then, yeah.
Right, so a lot of institutions are here. Thank you so much for being to our call. We've been with you from the beginning, placing calls that you should be around for this all-important conference. So I'll just go through a number of the organizations we invited for this important conversation. The Ghana Immigration Service, thank you so much for coming. If they're not yet here, I'm sure, as my co-host mentioned, there's so much traffic in town, they should be joining us very soon. Chartered Institute or Chartered Insurance Institute Ghana, thank you for coming. Forestry Commission, Water Resources Commission, the Dean of Legon Environmental Department Studies, University of Ghana, Friends of Rivers and Water Bodies, Sustainability and Social Impact Award organizers, and of course Dinah from Contract Cleaners Association. I can see her team. Hello, Contract Cleaners. Okay, so thank you so much for coming. Solid Waste Association, Josport Next Gen, Environmental Service Providers Association, also here. ESPA. Oh, thank you, ESPA. Thank you so much. Oh, and I'm not being discriminatory. And but if I mention the name and you are here, please, you wave so we can see you. Thank you so much. And we have the University of Media Arts and Communication, UNIMAC. Okay. We also have the Greater Accra Regional Minister, who will be represented by a guest that my co-host would talk about in a bit. WaterAid Ghana, thank you. Also, the National Health Insurance Authority. We also have the bus stop. Oh, okay. Right. Thank you so much for coming. That's the National Health Insurance Authority. Bus Stop Boys. Oh, there you are. Thank you very much for coming, Bus Stop Boys. We appreciate your presence here. The Coalition of NGOs in Water and Sanitation. And of course, the next one, ladies and gentlemen, I'll need you to put your hands together for Zoom Lion Ghana Limited. Right, Zoom Lion. As for this one, I can be biased because we are part of Zoom Lion in all of this, right? And ASWAM, the African Institute of Sanitation and Waste Management, ASWAM. Okay, we also have the Plastic Manufacturers Association. Okay, thank you very much for coming. The Bola Taxi and Tricycle Operators Association. Oh, you're here. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate your presence. It's a tall list. Let me just do a few more. World Vision Ghana. Okay. WaterAid Ghana. Okay, I think I've mentioned GH Schools. Thank you so much helping us. Okay, there they are. Thank you so much, GH Schools, for coming around. WASH Journalist Network. Right, and we also have the African Environmental and Sanitation Consult. The Climate Communication Africa, the Accra Technical University, National Petroleum Authority, Driver License and Vehicle Authority, DVLA, the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. Okay, and we have Commercial and Allied Services of the Josport Group. As for this one also, please, a round of applause for CAS. Hey, if you don't do it well, we'll be, thank you very much. I see you, Madam Dora. And also we have the Ewutu Senya Assembly. We invited a number of the assemblies if they're here.
All right, so thank you very much. And also, we have joining us multiple award-winning Ghanaian musician, rapper, medical, Mr. Edu Frimpong. He's not yet, okay. He's also joining us for this very important conference here. So this is just half of the list I have here of all of the amazing guests that we have invited to be here. As the program continues, I'll definitely continue with the appreciation of all of our guests. Yeah, thank you very much.
I will continue with a few confirmed guests. Some we see here, some who are on their way coming. We would want to say a big thank you. Welcome to the Chief of Staff, Dr. Deborah, once again. We have Ambassador Frederick Landshoft. I hope I have not crucified your name, but Landshoft, German Ambassador to Ghana. Reverend Enoch Na Thompson, Chairman, Christian Council. Thank you, sir. Sheikh Amiya Oshaibu, spokesperson to the National Chief Imam. Yes, sir. We have Ama A. Oforientry, Executive Secretary of ESPA. Diana Tanihu, Executive Secretary, Contract Cleaners Association. Jacqueline Afo, Managing Director of Appointed Time Printing. Greater Accra Regional Minister, who is represented by Honorable Christian Tete Baja, MCE for Okaikwe North. Yes, sir. We continue. Not that we are all not important. Everybody is important, but we must make mention of few. We also have Dr. Gameli Huadrafi, who is the Executive Secretary, Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, Office of the President. We have Mr. Darrell Bosu, Rocha Ghana, he's the Deputy Director. We have Emmanuel Krobia Asante, Joe Trust Limited. We also have Dr. Komina Abaka Ansa, Statistical Service. It's a tall list, but we are going to pause a little bit and play a little documentary for us. Media, I hope we are ready. Yes. Oh, I see myself. Yes, I'm going to get out of your sight, and then we will get a documentary to be shown.
Makola Market is more than just a marketplace. It is one of the busiest commercial centers in Ghana and a vital part of the country's economic life. But beneath the noise, movement and daily transactions lies a serious sanitation challenge, from discarded food, plastic packaging and other waste generated by traders and shoppers to congested drains and improperly disposed refuse. The market presents a complex picture of commerce meeting environmental responsibility.
Obi kura podium pra obi kura timi ba kompra Paula ni de don super omo nya baby friend the plus say no ba jiska no ba ba jiska no wasisa oni baby odi kogu obo kokko se ba mfango o da kontu baby basa
Junkies bebre e wa ha say enti omo kwa inside no makwa jiji ball no free CMB Kantamanto omo ye nuane ni nyina e bi o hwa fufu asi benku any ade no mo de aba begua every day. There is no single day abeba na ball enia when po ene dey twa ene ye kinto abi na wa de bia ball de bia.
In Accra, rain means trouble. Choked gutters and overflowing dams cause sudden floods that submerge markets and roads. push garbage and stench into communities and raise the risk of disease like cholera and malaria. Trade stops, traffic locks, and by the time crews cleared, the next rain hits. Nowhere shows this better than Odona, right around the Kwame Nkrumah Circle interchange.
The problem is the dredging. You understand? They're supposed to make it every year. They're supposed to dredge the place every year so that people can feel comfortable, so that when it rains, it won't be flood. But when they leave it like 1 year, 2 years, normally, you see this place, the outdoor is the 16 feet deep. 16 feet. But look at where you are standing. It's almost about 3 feet. So what are they doing about this? The government is supposed to do something about this.
Ghana's coastline is blessed with beautiful beaches that attract residents, tourists, and businesses. Yet, the beauty of these coastal spaces is increasingly threatened by poor waste management, plastic bottles, sachet, and more. How does waste get there, and who is responsible for managing it?
Yeah, well, go to Shilebi or Baba Buana. It's not you are particularly Diakashi. Bola lolly baby and no car here what Bola and make a bola lolly, but over take our low ball and what bear, what about what ball at tank. As I want a ball at tank, but one of many by one no chum. No get the Shilebi, ni Quambinate school, as Mamma Balogam let the gospel, Mamma Beba local. Bola near one woman was Blachani, a disturb or one you are Blachani, Nalu. Bola son fito petrol. They follow. Last month when you say very well, I can children hospital. You for 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, Jim, I joke about putting Cheshako 2 months. Nimban Chuene. One machine, no one pound no pie fight. I'm a que. Nino Chumo, I'm a woman will be a new watch. I can't yes, I know he. Can be a fair for Bombo no town of a couple more day.
Maybe since I said, I don't know what it says. Your baby be a best problem now. Bola don't come say, sir, Atakwashi Bridge. Woman who first say Atakwashi Bridge, 1 more year, foot bridge or the net be as a daddy. Yadi be at the cover. What I said into we are now a few chebano. A chokana machine, a beji. What I say, me prano.
The printing industry plays an important role in business, education, advertising, publishing, and everyday life. But with printing comes paper of cards, packaging materials, ink containers, and other forms of industrial waste. Printing institutions therefore sit at an important intersection between economic activity and environmental responsibility.
So here we generate what we call hazardous waste and non-hazardous waste. The hazardous waste is an example of the paper we produce and the waste that comes out of the paper production. So how do we generate or dispose of the waste from the paper? The waste from the paper goes to tissue buying companies. So that is what they use mostly in the tissues that you find in your homes. So that is how our waste from the paper is disposed.
While sanitation remains a major national challenge, there are also individuals and groups refusing to simply complain about the problem. The Bastard Boys have become known for taking practical action by cleaning public spaces and mobilizing people around environmental responsibility. Their work represents a growing culture of volunteerism and community-led sanitation, particularly among young people. Every day, tons of waste are generated in homes, markets, offices, businesses, and public spaces across Ghana. But after the waste is collected, where does it actually go? The Zoom Park Waste Transfer Center provides an important link in the waste management chain, receiving and handling waste before it moves to its next destination.
When we collect the waste, it doesn't end there. We have to go through the treatment, the processing, everything before we can say that waste has been treated. We don't have transfer stations, we don't have recycling plants, we don't have enough final disposal sites. So for Ghana to get there, Right now, we have about 6 transfer stations in Accra that is being operational by just one group of companies. We are looking at least every MMDA having a transfer station because there are influx of aboboya in the system, and we can't do anything about the aboboyas now. Now we have to encourage them and give them the opportunity, a better place for them to dump, so that they don't dump in the drains, they don't dump at unauthorized places.
I say Yanfa Bolamba say a chrome the chromacy ba Yanfa Bolamba Naba who mala mapa monina and your mama Tisiano in Senave, a hanum no cramp on a hanum and mean Jane now. The doors hands mean Jane now. And so be become a you are your pedamp. Dampening your internet, you manage so will be a pet, no more to say, Abia or Bia Shiva Abuja. Yeah, and Casanga Sampon, ever to Pacon, because yes, they are by for the idea what.
From the crowded lanes of Makola Market to the shores of Ghana's beaches, from waste transfer centers to printing houses and volunteer-led cleanup activities, one message is clear: Ghana's sanitation challenge cannot be blamed on one group alone. With these different pieces of the sanitation puzzle, the difficult question is, what will it take for Ghana to move from periodic cleanup exercises to a lasting culture of cleanliness, responsible waste management, and environmental protection? Your guess is as good as mine. Structures.
This production is by the production team at Ignite Media Group. Please, let's clap for them. I know what you saw isn't what you want to see just before breakfast. But this is our situation. We have only 3 years to go. 2030 is staring us in the face. I still have to make a few acknowledgements, pardon me, and then I'll run you through how our day is going to look like. Your Excellency, Ni Kojo Ashirifi Papanyera the first, Gamanche, forgive us. Your name was at the top, and then we thought we were saving it for the last, and then we forgot. Forgive us. Please, let's acknowledge him. Next, we are going to have a number of goodwill messages, and then there are different batches. So pardon us, we would come in little bits. Then we will have how the day looks like. The goodwill messages will come, a few more documentaries to tell you. It's difficult to imagine how critical the problem is. And that's how come we have to show you these visuals, is to prompt us to act, to have healthy discussions, to understand that the case of Ghana, yes, whilst we are making great strides, we have a lot more to do. We will, in the end, the second part will give us, we will have a panel, 2 panel discussions. The first would be under the theme is a national assessment, governance and partnership. But the focus will be taking stock of where Ghana stands and how government, the private sector and development partners must work together to close the gap. You know, the actions on all these environmental SDGs cannot be done alone. So we are going to have, and these people have been selected, very well selected. They are experienced. They will create the picture that we must see and then tell us what we must all do. We are all accountable. We will have a second panel under the theme, the everyday realities of water and sanitation access for households, communities, and schools. It's important. I know that, was it earlier this week on one of the radio shows, a household head was very upset about the fact that they have to pay water bill and yet they don't have any water coming through. These are some of the realities. And then when Ghana Water comes, Ghana Water will come and explain to us that they are not having access to water that they can process for us to have. It's a lot of issues. It's a lot of issues. Right. We are going to invite to upstage the ambassador Frederick Landshoft, German ambassador, to give us his goodwill. Let's clap for him.
Honorable Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff, His Royal Majesty King Taki Taiku Tsuru II Gar Manche and President of the Gar Traditional Council, Honorables, colleagues from civil society, academia, media, government authorities, business and the cleric, friends from Ignite Media Group, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I was born and raised in Krefeld on the River Rhine, right next to the Ruhr region along the industrial heart of Germany. When I was a child, I dreamed of swimming in that great river flowing right in front of me. But the Rhine was heavily polluted. We were told not to swim in it. The fish were dead, the river was dead. Today, the Rhine is a different river. The fish have returned, people even swim in it again, life has returned. A childhood dream has come true. And the River Rhine is not alone. We see encouraging signs of recovery all over the world. In the Yangtze in China, along parts of the Ganges in India, different rivers, different countries, different challenges. Yet they demonstrate one important fact. Action works. Water bodies can recover. Being aware of that matters because globally we are not moving fast enough. In 2015, the world made a promise through the SDGs. By 2030, everyone should have access to safe water and sanitation, for instance, not as a privilege, as a human right. We are now less than 4 years away from that deadline, and the world is not on track to achieve SDG 6, 7 and 11, and unfortunately not even close. So the question is no longer what we want to achieve someday. The question is what we are prepared to do today. And that is why this conference matters so much. Here in Ghana, water bodies remain under enormous pressure from waste and plastic pollution, and of course from the devastating effects of Galamsey. But environmental decline is not inevitable, and Ghana is taking action. Chief of Staff, Honorable Dr. Julius Debra, let me take this opportunity to commend the government of Ghana for its renewed efforts to protect the country's water bodies and improve sanitation. Germany is proud to work alongside Ghana on this broader challenge, and this cooperation builds on many years of working together. Take e-waste here in Accra. German cooperation through GIZ has worked with Ghanaian partners on safer recycling and better e-waste management. At Old Fadama, around the Korle Lagoon, and with government institutions including the EPA, and with people and businesses whose livelihoods are part of the recycling economy. This cooperation continues to evolve. In just a few days, the German embassy, together with the EPA, will launch a new environmental diplomacy project focusing on plastic pollution. We want to provide a platform for government, businesses and communities to exchange ideas, to raise awareness, and most importantly, to identify practical solutions together. Ladies and gentlemen, 2030 is almost here, and perhaps there's one thing the rivers I have spoken about today can remind us of. Water bodies carry more than water. They carry memories of the past. They carry the traces of what happens around them, of our industries, of our cities, and the choices we make. And over time, they can also carry the traces of change. The Rhine does, the Yangtze does, and the Ganges does. Their story may be different, but each of them reminds us that the condition of a water body is not written in stone. It can change, and sometimes life returns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. We are going to have 2 more for this round. We will have Reverend Nokna Thompson giving us a goodwill message. After that, we will have Sheikh Amir Al-Shaibu, spokesperson to National Chief Imam. Please, let's clap for Reverend.
The Chief of Staff, the Honorable Dr. Julio Zebra, a representative of the government chair, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, standing on the well-established protocols. On behalf of the Christian Council of Ghana, I'm honored to be part of this very important conference today on a theme that speaks to the living conditions of the present generation of Ghanaians and speaking into the future of our nation as a people. The considerations of the SDGs may come to us as a global body attempt to better the conditions and the lots of people, particularly the aspects of environmental cleanliness may be a developmental agenda of government. However, for us, from the perspective of the Christian faith, environmental concerns is also a moral and spiritual imperative. As Christians, our commitment to environmental cleanliness and sustainability is rooted in the biblical scriptures themselves. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, we read, "The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it." This passage establishes what many theologians refer to as the biblical mandate of stewardship. Psalm 24 verse 1 also says, "The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and all them that live in it." The earth belongs to God. We as human beings are not the owners of the earth. We are custodians and caretakers and stewards entrusted with its management. Our responsibility, therefore, is not merely to use creation, but to preserve, protect, nurture, and beautify it for present and future generations. Since creation belongs to God, environmental stewardship is not merely a civic responsibility, it is an act of worship. To pollute, waste, and destroy our environment is an offense at ourselves, an affront against God, and wickedness to unborn generations. To protect, restore, and nurture creation is to honor God and to give concern to our future generations. In concluding this presentation, therefore, I wish to invite all participants to consider some steps that we must take to give life to the discussions that will take place today. First, to the church. The church must make environmental stewardship part of its message. The preaching, teaching, and practice of the church must capitalize on these unfinished assignments to be custodians and stewards of the earth. May every Christian congregation become a center of environmental awareness, tree planting, proper sanitation, and responsible use of resources. Let our faith as Christian people be visible in the ways we care for God's creation. In the second place, to businesses and industries, it is our expectation and prayer that the use of the resources we engage in our production must be made with a sense of profitability with responsibility. Businesses and industries must adopt production methods that minimize waste, conserve energy, and protect ecosystems. Economic growth should never come at the cost of the environment upon which all economic activity ultimately depends. Third, to the media. We invite the media to continue to inform, to educate, and to mobilize citizens. The media has a unique power to shape attitudes, inspire actions, and hold institutions accountable for environmental commitments. Finally, it is our prayer and expectation that every Ghanaian citizen will develop a sense of environmental cleanliness, beginning with personal responsibility. The Ghana we desire will emerge when each of us commits to small but consistent actions to protect our surroundings and preserve our future. May this conference inspire renewed commitment and stronger partnerships as we work together towards a clean Ghana, sustainable cities, responsible production, and climate resilience. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great, green, and clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend. We are grateful to you. As earlier mentioned, the theme and the focus for today is on the Sustainable Development Goals 6, 7, 12, and then 13. I added the 13. My paymaster is going to be upset, but I thought they should add 13, climate action. You cannot be talking about all the environmental sustainable development goals without the last part, which is the 13. We involved religious leaders and traditional leaders because the issues at hand, the environmental issues, the sustainability related issues, are not only a technical issue. It is a moral matter. It involves all of us, and that's how come we have distinguished men of God who are here, and we have traditional leaders who are here. On that note, I am going to have to acknowledge again the traditional leaders here. I don't have the full list, but we'll keep doing the honors. His Excellency, His Royal Highness Nikojo Ashirifi Papanyira the First, Gamanches Rep. We acknowledge you, sir. Nananum, Nana Himam, we welcome you. At the appropriate time, we will mention your names. We also want to acknowledge University of Ghana's School of Hygiene. School of Hygiene, where are you? We want to acknowledge you. Thank you very much for being here. We know we've come to your grounds, but your presence is acknowledged, particularly because all of these, at the end of the day, ends with human lives. I want to call next to give a goodwill message, Sheikh Amiyao Shaibu, spokesperson. Please, let's clap for us if he comes. Spokesperson to the National Chief Imam.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, we give him thanks and praises. We adore and exalt his name. He's good and holy in fullness and perfection. We ask Allah to bestow his peace and blessings upon the Prophet Muhammad and indeed all the prophets and all those who tread on the path of righteousness to the day of judgment. The Honorable Chief of Staff, the representative of the Gamanche, great respect for you, traditional rulers here, my friends and brothers within the clergy, respected participants, Let me begin by greeting you all with Islamic greetings of love, peace, and fraternity. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. Let me begin on a note of appreciation and thanks to the Ignite Group, including the Office of the Chief of Staff, for inviting me to make a presentation on our goodwill message on this very special occasion of the 2026 Ghana Sanitation and Clean Environment Conference. Great commendation to you for organizing this. It is a mark of good leadership and a mark of responsible citizenship and a mark of patriotism. The theme chosen, Towards a Clean Ghana, Collective Action for Sustainable Cities, Responsible Production, and Climate Resilience, could not have been chosen at a better time in the light of what we see around us, even in the most recent tragic incidents of the flooding of our country. Excellencies, the Honorable Chief of Staff, after almost 70 years of independence, it must be disturbing for all of us, even in the light of the pictures that we saw just now, that sanitation remains one of the major problems plaguing our dear nation. Poor sanitation, as evidenced by environmental pollution due to industrial emission, poor disposal of industrial waste, poor disposal of plastic waste, open defecation, poor disposal of domestic waste, both liquid and solid, contamination of our water bodies, disposal of waste in our gutters, particularly during the incident of rain, sale of food in close proximity to refuse dams. The health hazards and other implications associated with these negative and destructive practices cannot be overlooked for a number of reasons. Ill health that plagues a nation makes the nation unproductive. For a nation to produce, it needs citizenry that is healthy. So, but our deteriorating health condition due to this is something that we must look at. Economic burden of governments having to procure medicine, treating avoidable diseases, major among which is malaria, typhoid, diarrhea. Ebola seemed to be far away, DR Congo, but it can come to us. Climate change and its hazards. All these, poor sanitation weakens and undermines our potential for tourism. Most of the time we have made reference to Rwanda. It appears something good is happening there, and it's a tourist attraction. What is it that attracts people to Ghana, and what is it that can drive them away by way of tourism potentials? It is on a good side that when our tourists are coming, we show them these pictures. The Honorable Chief of Staff, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is in the light of these and other related issues that a conference like this on sanitation must be commended. Not only commended, but encouraged, and indeed practiced on a sustainable, on a sustained basis. The mind that appreciates, the mind and the spirit that appreciates beauty does not destroy. and does not accept and embrace filth and squalor. And so, therefore, this fight must begin in the mind. As we bring up our children and citizenry, how do we bring up children, and including those who grow to become adults, that they appreciate the God-given beauty, that when we appreciate beauty, we then destroy, that our set will reject filth and squalor. In that case, once we are alive with that consciousness, we will not litter indiscriminately. And when we see others littering, we will direct that the proper behavior must be done. So let's build a mindset of cleanliness and environmental consciousness among citizenry, and this must be a collective responsibility. Speaking from an Islamic point of view, say cleanliness, if you permit me just to make a point, I'll say this in Arabic. An-nazafa min al-iman. It's a tradition associated or attributable to our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that cleanliness is part of faith. And I say strongly that therefore a Muslim who is conscious cannot be dirty. A Muslim who is conscious of his faith will uphold cleanliness, will not litter, will not defecate openly, will cooperate with government in ensuring that we have a nation that is clean. Indeed, it's charitable to remove any harmful object from the path. It is an issue worthy of the curse of God that you ease yourself at the source of water, the path where people walk, and the shade where people sit to relax. As serious as it is to attract the curse of God, that you cannot do this. When you go upstream and you ease yourself, so therefore you contaminate water, for those who live downstream, you endanger their lives. It's a spiritual responsibility and a social responsibility. So therefore my assurance is, in the light of the above, we as Muslims, and indeed I want to stretch it to all other people of different faith, we must be ready to partner with the Ignite group to improve sanitation and protect our environment for development and health on a sustainable basis. I bring you felicitation from the Chief Imam, and I want to assure you that the Chief Imam will be ready. And I who speak to him or for him mobilize our people, and when we are invited, we will, for emphasis, participate and ensure that we have a country that's so worthy of all tourists who come to see the beauty of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the very profound messages. We went to the diplomatic corps, we went to the church, and we've gone to the mosque. And this shows that it's everywhere, every sphere of our society, and we need to pay attention to that. I'll continue with some acknowledgements, and there's a strong team from the Christian Council of Ghana. I'll get to that in a bit, but joining us this morning, we have the Member of Parliament for Fantiakwa South joining us, Duke Ofori Atta. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. And also, we have former Deputy Chief of Staff, Kenneth Wujangi. Thank you so much. There he is. Thank you so much, sir. And we'll continue with the acknowledgements in a bit. And a lot more people that we have here. And as you can see, all the students coming in from UNIMAC and all the other institutions that we invited. Thank you so much for coming.
We are now going to call the Chief of Staff to give us the keynote address. He's a very patient man. He sat in the car for a long time and was waiting for us to invite him in. Let's give him a hand. The Chief of Staff, Honorable Dr. Julius Deborah.
honorable ministers here present, members of parliament, the vice chancellor's representative, the director, Institute of Environmental and Sanitation Studies, University of Ghana, heads of metropolitan, municipal and district assemblies, the representative of His Royal Majesty the Grand Manche, Niime Naime, and the ambassador from Germany. Good morning to all of you. Every morning before Ghana goes to work, our streets tell a story about us. The drain beside the market, the plastic bottle left on the pavement, the condition of public toilets, the color of a river after heavy rain. These may look like small things. Together, however, they reveal how seriously we take public health and the future we are building for our children. A clean country is therefore not a cosmetic ambition. It is a test of citizenship. It is a test of leadership, and it is a test we must pass together. I am honored to join you this morning for this important conversation. I commend Ignite Media Group for bringing us together and for placing sanitation and environmental sustainability where it belongs, at the center of our national agenda. These issues deserve attention before the rains come again, the drains overflow, or diseases breaks out. When sanitation system works, societies prosper. People are healthier, hospitals carry lighter burden, children miss fewer days of school, and workers are more productive. The World Bank estimates that countries lose between 2 and 4% of their GDP each year because of inadequate sanitation. That is money lost, time lost, and human potential lost. Here in Ghana, we have made progress, but we must be honest about the distance still to be traveled. Millions of our people still lack safe household sanitation, and open defecation remains a reality in far too many communities. These are not merely statistics. They describe the daily indignity of fellow citizens. The government of President John Dramani Mahama is determined to close that gap. Through the reset agenda, we are investing in health, water, sanitation, and hygiene, because development must be felt where people live their lives. As Chief of Staff, I have the privilege of helping to translate the President's vision into results that Ghanaians can see and feel. In sanitation, promises means very little unless they show up in clean drains, reliable water, safe toilets, and healthier communities. The 2026 budget allocated more resources to the Ministry of Health and provided targeted resources for water infrastructure. Government is expanding water systems, supporting rural sanitation and hygiene promotion, and strengthening the institutions responsible for cleaner communities. We have also reintroduced the National Sanitation Day, observed on the first Saturday of every month across all 16 regions and 261 districts as part of the broader Clean Up Ghana agenda. But one Saturday alone cannot carry the burden of the entire month. Its objective is just to constantly remind us that we need to keep our environment clean. The cleanliness must become a daily habit, something we must all pay attention to. Metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies are being held to a higher standard. The Cleaner City Award will encourage healthy competition amongst assemblies, while the performance framework for MMDCs will include clear sanitation indicators. What we measure, we can manage, and what we assign, we must hold people accountable for. Our environmental work goes beyond the streets. The Blue Water Guards are helping to protect water bodies and confront illegal mining. The Tree for Life initiative is restoring degraded landscape while creating opportunities for young people. Clean cities, healthy rivers, and restored forests
belong to the same national mission. That mission also requires enforcement. We have laws and bylaws. They must become visible in the way we live. Indiscriminate dumping cannot be tolerated. Houses should not be built without proper toilet facilities. Structures must not be allowed to block waterways and place whole communities at risk. Enforcement must be firm, fair, and consistent. Rules applied only occasionally or only to those without influence will not change the behavior. Government will support relevant agencies to do what the law requires without fear or favor. But there is a third part of this responsibility, and that is all of us, the citizens. Let me make it personal. If I, Julius Debra, were filmed dropping an empty bottle on the street, I know exactly what will follow. The headlines will be loud. Social media will be even louder, and rightly so. The office I occupy places a high burden on example, but I think a lot depends on we as individuals. Yet the deeper reason I should not litter is that I'm a Ghanaian. Not necessarily because of the position I occupy, but the fact that I'm a Ghanaian and my inactions or misbehavior may affect others. If I litter on the streets, choke the gutters, and it rains, and your house gets flooded, I am equally responsible for doing that. Before our titles, offices, and degrees, we are Ghanaians first and foremost. We owe a duty to one another and to the next generation. We must ensure, because diseases does not ask for title before it enters a home. Flood water does not distinguish between the powerful and the powerless. Cleanliness must therefore be everyone's responsibility. A few years back, when I used to be the Minister for Local Government, I remember we were trying to introduce awareness about public sanitation. A very well-educated person went on radio and said, "Why must I pay taxes and be responsible for cleanliness?" And people misunderstood us at the time. The issue is not necessarily about you, the individual. Government will provide the garbage cans. They will provide the contractors to tidy up our environment. But if we decide to continue littering indiscriminately, the effort of government may not yield the results that we are all looking for. So I think, Ignite, I will encourage you that going forward, government must be held responsible, but we should inculcate in the citizens the responsibility of first and foremost being aware that we should not be the cause of the littering that will lead to the flooding. Government will lead, but government cannot do this alone. The private sector can adopt a street, a beach, a school, and invest responsibly in waste management. And here, a few examples. I was government. The objective then was to face, which require, as is being done in certain countries, where private institutions are invited to own certain streets. So, may decide that the street in front of University of Ghana must be our responsibility. Access Bank, Stanbic Bank, and they ensure that the street, in addition to the effort by government, the street is well kept. In Central Africa in those days, it became very competitive because EcoBank wanted their portion to look nicer than that of their competitors. Casapreco wanted their portion to look beautiful than that of their competitors. And so I will also appeal to you, let us make the appeal and see how beautiful it could be. You could even be an individual. Per matter of discussion, Mr. Kojo Brown decides that the runabout around Independent Avenue, I want to take that responsibility and help government to be acknowledged that the place is properly kept clean. Let's try and see if we can shift to the next gear. The media must make cleanliness a prime time conversation. Normally we spend a lot of time talking about the gossips, the politics and all, and time when people are listening, we spend time on those things. I think we should find another way to see the reality is that if we don't keep our environment clean, all of us will be dead, and make it a prime discussion. Not making environmental cleanliness only a seasonal conversation. That will not take us anywhere. Traditional and religious leaders must continue to teach stewardship. Each citizen must put waste where it belongs. The theme of this conference speaks directly to that shared duty. It brings together SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation, SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy, and SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production. The water we protect, the energy we use, the goods we produce, and the waste we leave behind will shape our children's and future Ghana. With less than 4 years to 2030 deadline, we must ask ourselves some honest questions. Are we moving fast enough? Are our institutions delivering? Are our citizens changing the habits? Policy alone can never change. The time for comfortable answers are over. We need to all hold the bull by the horn and push it together as a nation. The recent floods have made the stakes painfully clear. Once again, I extend my heartfelt sympathy to every family that lost a loved one, a home, a livelihood, or property. Government has responded with a nationwide cleanup and post-flood recovery effort. The flood mitigating task force is dredging drains and removing structures that obstruct waterways. Some decisions are difficult, but leadership sometimes requires us to choose the safety of the many over the convenience of few. We will act humanely, follow due process, and remain firm in protecting lives and building a resilient city. Our producers and manufacturers also have a duty. Production cannot become pollution. Businesses must improve technology, reduce waste, recycle more, and take responsibility for what they put onto the market. Responsible production is good citizenship and good business. Ladies and gentlemen, a clean Ghana is not a luxury. It is the air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, and the dignity with which we live. Let this conference end with more than a communique. Let it produce clear commitments, name responsibilities, and measurable results. Tomorrow morning, our streets will again tell a story about us. Let them begin to tell a different story of institutions that enforce the rules, businesses that produce responsibly, and citizens who understand that patriotism can begin with something as simple as where we place an empty bottle. Let us write a story together. Let us choose discipline over debt, responsibility over indifference, and action over excuses. A cleaner Ghana is possible. A healthy Ghana is necessary. And together, by the grace of God, we will build this together. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate the Chief of Staff, Honorable Dr. Julius Deborah. Oh, okay, you can do it once more. Right. Thank you so much. Now you can take your seats, as he says. Doc, this is just a bit on the side. I just want to find out from you. Please, you may take your seats now. You are just a fresh PhD holder in museums and heritage studies. Talk to us about that, just briefly, why you got into that and how important is that to a nation.
All right, okay. So sorry about this. I didn't cause it. He did. Okay, so this is it. Those who are very familiar with me, when I started life, I was a tour operator. In other words, bringing foreign tourists to visit Ghana and the neighboring countries. And that required me to have a background knowledge in heritage studies, history, and sociology. So my first degree was in sociology, and then I mastered in museums and heritage studies. Those who remember, as a result of my background, Professor Mills made me the head of the Ghana National Tourism Authority. And then when I was done with it, I decided then, why don't I get a PhD in my field of study so I can become an authority? And so my thesis, or the work I did, happens to be on community heritage and tourism in Kwewu. So that, to a very large extent, will enable me talk more about heritage. You know, part of the reason why we are where we are today is because we drop our heritage. You go to any typical Ghanaian village, the chiefs ensure that the surroundings are well kept clean. Mothers ensure that cooking utensils are clean because they believe that if you don't clean them, some ghosts or gods will come in the night and feed on them. Heritage is important. Any country that despises its heritage, where are you heading towards? If you go to all the known countries, Germany, you heard the way the German ambassador spoke fluently English. But if there is an official program, he will speak in German. You go to China, they will speak in their language. You go to everywhere, it's part of your heritage. I'll reserve that for another topic. But thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so Dr. Julius, it sounds nice here. Dr. Julius Deborah, thank you so much, the Chief of Staff. We're going to take some pictures. Okay, right. So please, all are invited. Our special guest, the rep of the Gamanche, please join us. The MD, Klaus von Backside, all the please, those are the front. Yes. So the rest of us, we can take pictures from our phones.
The chiefs over there.
Right.
Traditional leaders.
The CAS group of the Jospon group will join our invited guest and our special guest, Honorable Dr. Julius Deborah, for this picture session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please. So please would have the management of Night Media and the CAS group. CAS management, please join in.
invited guests here, including multiple award-winning musician, medical, cast managers, please join in for this picture session. Management of the Ignite Media Group, management members, and cast management, please do join in for this session. So please, Sheikh will also join the chief of staff. Okay, we are not done yet. Hello? Right. So the chief of staff has to take leave of us. Thank you very much, sir, for coming and being a part of this. As he said in his now I talked earlier, and they are represented here, a very huge list here. Let me just acknowledge them, and then we can continue with the rest of the program. So representing the Christian Council of Ghana here, the delegation we have here, Reverend Enoch Nina Thompson is the chairman of the Christian Council of Ghana. Please, a round of applause. We also have Bishop Dr. Lawson Kwame J, former Vice Chair of the Christian Council of Ghana and Bishop of the Christian Methodist Episcopal Church. Thank you, sir. Reverend Dr. Cyril Fayose is General Secretary of the Christian Council of Ghana. Thank you. We also have Reverend Iranius Opoku Aye, Executive Committee Member of the Council. Thank you for coming. And Reverend Jehoiada Godwin Amuzu, he gave the opening prayer, Coordinator for Interfaith and Ecumenical Relations. Honorable Koku Anyidoho, Chairman of the Ecumenical Convention Planning Committee of the Christian Council of Ghana and Communications Advisor to the General Secretary. Also Reverend Dr. Mark Kwe, Senior Volunteer, Ms. Veronica Akwa, Human Resource Officer, Mr. Ibrahim Ni Edukoni, Environmental Scientist and Senior Volunteer, and other staff and volunteers of the Council who are here together with the youth and members of the Council's member churches. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we are live.
We're live on Facebook, Metro TV Ghana. You can join us live on there. Also 91.9 FM on radio, Original FM and Original TV. DSTV channel 277. We're live on there. And now let me properly acknowledge the presence of multiple award-winning rapper, musician. You know the other ones. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's appreciate the presence of Medical. Mr. Frepon, I'll call you later to give us a 1 or 2. Okay, thank you very much. This one, Mechinguho, because you've accepted to do it. Thank you so much. At this point, we will take a spoken word performance from a gentleman who dazzles us with words, and it's about words on sanitation, on the reason why we are here. Please help me welcome Kwame Dampare.
Adampa himumio Onim baby oni mubiemo bisima dampe Ai adampa himumio Enkro bisi dierusi wawa Ewa rapo Jame kwai ma minkoda adampa himumio Yanumwe adampa himumio. I hear melodies from the oldies, harmonies that are scarce from our colonies, beats that flee through the heat of fingers striking the strings as the singers sing. The mixture of colors makes me anxious, but I swear, I know what pure grace is. We live in a world where the mindset is money. We kill bees, but ask for honey now. Why do you have to kill if you have the power to create and to sustain? The survival of the fittest mentality is telling our totality, and this must cease cause the art of life is like drawing without an eraser. Ago. I'm for ago. Michiemu nyina ejimi ahenewa. Ade chi na ade sen peni be company sem number of rats one ansesem. Na so abofra onim ne nsa ohro de onim peni for ene to nsa didie. Ewo mi nyina nipa baako na so yenkra adwen baako. Enti esono kra so na boto kra so ne kra kronkron. Sa so na so na jakwa so na mankwa so na dankwa so na bankwa. Na so ajakwa mankwa dankwa ne abankwa mankwa bi begina wontem wonkwanta no kopie wasi akwa. Na ne kwan ano no. Sa yeti yesem fantifo ne asantifo antentem antentam. Na ekuapim fo bom pim bodom pim ekopim a na nkyere se asesawafo emesisa nkodi. Mesra mo manimwa. Me pesa me di yi eto manim. Se me yemfra me anim. Na mini so endi anima. Na mama me yenhwehwanim ana minim na mabepim apimanim. Me de minim me anim di fo me de ama. Nim ato berima minim tuo nti no ye de me agina chempo so. Enti edu dwuma de bia na ehwe manim se me bedi amo. Na so doma nkoma nyankopon se me de edam empare me enti na ye frɛ me dam pare. Mesra mo mempe kasa mempre kasa na so mesra me kasa asɛm bi na abo me pusa enti me na mana me kasa te sɛ akasa enti adasa mesra muntie me kasa anope wie ensɛm ɛhyehyɛ me bo ɛnyɛ sɛ mabo na mom ɛsɛ me to me bo ɛnyɛ sɛ me kwa kopie wa no mabo anampo kuma ase abo abo aye asimpo anka mesie na so anya asin enti mesie ahwa na makosensen empenifo si nyansa e ofie enti na entwu te se eto mesraw eya agidi na entwu te se akutia mesraw eya agidi na entwu se sabe soloku me nsem no odu nti mesra mo ma me apotoyo wa na me mpoto me nsem no se ma mpoto me nsem na ahwa na maka ne poto ti mesra mo ma me mpoto na me poto a metwi enti me ka poto kasa mesa katwi. Ambassadors, ministers, directors, CEOs, Nananom, and all protocol observed. My honor to you on reserve. Swiftly, we pledge to take charge to enlarge its beauty with our daily duties. Looking at its scope from the rivers to the oceans, how the fishes swim to dance, how the lion roar like the tides of the sea, how the birds fly on high in the sky to measure the strength of their wings, like the perfection of beauty stood tall as a pride outright humanity from being defied. That was Mother Nature, yet we have pinned its future. What calamity has nature done to humanity to be tortured and treated as if its presence has no essence in our existence? Our streams and lagoons now turn muddy, as if made into chocolate beverages. Our lands have turned into gullies and manholes. They no longer can support plant yields as before. Why destroy our enviable throne? Or in the name of selfish desire for gold? Why not leave our water bodies alone? Cause its habitats within and without are dying. Our vegetations are turned into stones. To global warming we are crying. Our greenness is fading because humanity is so failing. The world is on fire with a warning flyer. Has science lost its vision in sustainable development mission, producing machineries that sparks pollution? Greenhouse gases activated, global warming connected, ozone layer now depleted, ultraviolet radiations emitted, the earth vehemently heated, and soon will be deleted. Our good greenness we have exchanged for adversities that sound straight, building up awful climate change. The rhythm of nature is speaking. Wisdom and knowledge, calmly listen. In every action there is equal and opposite reaction. We have changed the winsome direction of creation to a distraction section. We cut down trees, exposing nature's skin, forgetting to produce the air we breathe in, swallow the carbon in the atmosphere, sustain the water bodies, the medicine and the food here. We agree to pollute the sea, dumping waste into it for free. Nuclear bomb testing we guarantee. Do you think its habitat are pleased? Is the land okay with the plastics and galamsey? We are yielding earthquake, flooding, famine, drought, fire outbreak, ocean rising without doubt. The heat waves, the storms, melting glaciers, wreaking havoc on animals and livelihood. I think there is a missing link. That's still blink. We need to think and form the right link. Why not renewable energy instead of fossil fuel? Why not afforestation instead of deforestation? If we plant trees today, greenness will be ours tomorrow, and climate change will no longer spark sorrow. Let's change our mindset to meet the target set. It is true, we are all part of the cause. Let's be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Spoken word. Medical, I promise you, this one is a competitor with a rhyming. That was some climate change and okay. Everybody's talented different. We are going to give you the next set of goodwill messages, and we have with us His Royal Highness Ni Kojo Ashrifi Papanyura the First to give us a goodwill message. He is the Gamanches representative. Please, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him.
Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra, members of the Christian Council, Rep of the Chief Imam, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of ministries, departments and agencies, development, representatives of civil society, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am here on behalf of His Royal Majesty, King Taki Tekochulu I, the King of Accra, and also the President of the GAD Traditional.
Yeah.
His Royal Majesty would have wished he was here with all of you.
Yeah.
But an equally very important assignment has taken His Royal Majesty out of the city.
Yeah.
Sanitation and cleanliness, I'm sure you all know, is very key to His Royal Majesty's heart.
Yeah.
We all saw the footages that were shown here.
Yeah.
And I'm sure everybody knows that is Accra.
Yeah.
That is Royal Majesty's kingdom.
Yeah.
And it's quite worrying.
Yeah.
So he would have wished to be here with you.
Yeah.
However, he's here with us in spirit, and he's also giving me a message for all of you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to read His Royal Majesty's message.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome all of you to this year's Clean Conference.
Yeah.
It is both an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today.
Yeah.
As we gather to assess our progress towards Agenda 2020.
Yeah.
And the Sustainable Development Goals on sanitation and clean environment.
Yeah.
I bring you greetings from the Ga State and the Gastul and the good people of the Galan.
Yeah.
On whose ancestral homes this gathering takes place.
Yeah.
Sanitation is not a new conversation for our people.
Yeah.
Long before the language of sustainable development goals entered into our national vocabulary,
yeah,
our forebears understood the health of a community is tied to the health of its land,
yeah,
its water as well as its air. Today, however, we meet a critical juncture with barely 4 years left for the deadline of 2030 deadline. We must ask ourselves honestly, how truly and how far have we come?
Yeah.
And what haven't we done and what remains to be done?
Yeah.
The evidence around us is very sobering. Our coastlines, lagoons, and drains continue to bear the weight of plastic waste and poor disposable habits by all of us.
Yeah.
Flooding, which was once a seasonal inconvenience, has become an annual crisis in many of our communities.
Yeah.
And this has been worsened by the choked drains and unregulated development on waterways.
Yeah.
They are not merely environmental statistics. These are matters of life. These are matters of dignity.
Yeah.
And these are matters of public health of our people.
Yeah.
Yet, I do not stand here only to catalog our shortcomings.
Yeah.
I stand here to remind us of our shared power to change this trajectory.
Yeah.
The traditional authority, the government, the churches, and civil society each hold a piece of the solution.
Yeah.
As chiefs, we control land allocation, and we must be firm in refusing to release lands that are wetlands, that are waterways, and that are green spaces for people to develop.
Yeah.
Government must watch policy with consistent enforcement and investment in modern waste infrastructure.
Yeah.
When Chief of Staff spoke, he gave a bit of when his time at the Ministry of Local Government.
Yeah.
What I also want to add, because I worked with Chief of Staff at that time, was those were the days that we did Abaye.
Yeah.
And we tried to get the market sellers off the street.
Yeah.
Gradually, we're getting less and less willpower to get our markets, women off the streets and into the market. The volume of garbage that is generated by these people who sell on the streets is unbelievable.
Yeah.
In the mornings when you walk through Accra, especially the road from Kingsway, the old Kingsway, down to NIB Bank, going towards the Commercial Bank, it's unbelievable what you see. And this is very worrying to His Royal Majesty.
Yeah.
We need to have the political willpower to get these sellers off the streets and keep the streets for the vehicles. Some years back when we came into power, I had the opportunity to visit Sodom and Gomorrah with the then president, his late Professor Mills. May his soul rest in peace.
Yeah.
And I'm happy Honorable Koku Anyido, I'm sure, is here, and I'm sure Koku Anyido was part of the team that visited Agbogbloshie. The instruction from the president then was, let us cut the settlement so it doesn't get too close to the Korle Lagoon.
Yeah.
Then the settlement was just about 100 meters or more than 100 meters to the river or to the lagoon. If you went to Agbogbloshie today, if you went to Sodom and Gomorrah, the settlement sits right on the lagoon. And the amount of garbage that is generated from Sodom and Gomorrah, from Agbogbloshie, and thrown into Korle Lagoon, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
The gods of the land are crying.
Yeah.
The gods of the land state, the gods of the Ghana state, Korle is crying.
Yeah.
And we hope that decisive action will be taken to preserve the life of the Korle River.
Yeah.
The Christian Council, and I'm sure all our religious bodies, you carry a moral voice that can shape the lives of our people, which normal government regulations cannot.
Yeah.
So I call on the Christian Council that you need to be heard more than you're being heard. You shape the moral fiber of our people.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of responsibility on you as church leaders. We as citizens have our own part to play. It is not a duty of just the government, the religious bodies, and the chiefs.
Yeah.
We need to behave like responsible citizens.
Yeah.
That is the only way we can complement what the churches and the government is doing.
Yeah.
I'm encouraged that this conference brings all these stakeholders under one roof. It tells me that we understand the SDGs will not be achieved only by government alone, not by the chiefs, not by the religious body, but with all of you here as stakeholders in this endeavor.
Yeah.
I therefore call on all of us gathered here today to leave this conference not merely with communiques and good intentions, but with clean and measurable commitments.
Yeah.
Let us return to our various institutions, our churches, our palaces, and our offices, resolved to translate today's deliberation into action on the ground.
Yeah.
On behalf of the Ghana State, on behalf of the chiefs and people of the Ghana State also, I wish to thank the organizers of this conference for the honor done us in hosting this very important gathering, and to welcome warmly the Chief of Staff and all the distinguished people who are here. We hope and pray that this will be the beginning of the change for our country. This will be the beginning of change for the city of Accra.
Yeah.
I thank you for your attention and wish all of you a very fruitful deliberations. Ayeko.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right. I think we've had a number of messages that we have to start digesting. And so we're going to have a cultural performance to break it a little bit. But before the cultural performance, we invite Medical to come and give a 1.7 minutes goodwill message. He's a star. So we are not only talking about policy makers, we are not talking about religious leaders or traditional leaders. We also have people from the entertainment scene contributing their voice to this call. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I didn't prepare. I didn't write anything down. Big shouts to the Clean Conference. You know, you guys are doing an amazing job. And me being an artist, I always say this to my people, my listeners, that cleanliness is next to godliness. You understand? So let's keep our homes, ourselves clean. You get me? Because the last flood that occurred recently, it was very evident. Homes were lost. You know, even lives were lost at some point. Properties were destroyed and damaged. So I urge each and everyone to join me on this. I would like to, you know, be part of this movement so we keep our homes, our houses clean. And yes, I love you guys.
Please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. And if you enjoyed mine also, please put your hands together for me. I used to be part of the cultural troupe in Temasco. That's a media, other things. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still here at the Clean Conference 2026. We've got some good news that I'll share with you right away, and then we can get into the quick messages that we'll take here. So just when the special guest spoke, and I'm talking about Dr. Julius Deborah, and called on all of us to do this, we had a message from Miniplast Limited. Miniplast Limited. And they say that you're supporting Metro TV, Original 91.9 FM, with 20 pieces of 240-liter dustbins for effective waste management. Please. Yes. Miniplast Limited, cleaner environment, better future. So this is just the beginning. For all of you here, before you leave here, I am sure that our desk outside can take about, 100,000, all of that to help support this worthy cause. So thank you so much, Miniplast, for this great gesture. We'll take some good messages right away, and we'll hear from the MC for Okaikwe North, Honorable Christian Tetebaja, who is here representing the Greater Accra Regional Minister. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes. And right outside, we'll take the message from the Executive Secretary of the Environmental Service Providers Association, Emma Ufori NP. So in just 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MC. The Honorable Dr. Julius Deborah, the Government Chair Representative, Honorable Ministers of State and Members of Parliament, Honorable MMCs present, traditional and religious leaders, the organizers of this conference, representatives of private sector, development partners, civil society organizations, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure and an honor to join you at this important conference organized by Ignite Media Group. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address an important issue that affects every person who lives, works, or does business in the Greater Accra region and beyond. The topic to which I am to speak to, tackling poor sanitation in Greater Accra, is both timely and urgent. Following the devastating rain disaster of June 29, 2026, which severely affected parts of the region, we have been reminded once again that sanitation and environmental management are not matters we can afford to treat casually. They are matters of public safety, public health, and future of our generation and communities. Ladies and gentlemen, Greater Accra region is Ghana's economic and administrative hub and one of the country's fast-growing and most densely populated region. With this growth comes enormous pressure on our sanitation infrastructure, drainage systems, waste management facilities, and other essential services. Every day, our communities generate significant quantities of waste. However, the challenge is not the simple waste that they generate, not the simple waste that they produce, but the real challenge is how we store, collect, transport, separate, treat, and safely dispose it. We continue to witness infrastructure indiscriminate dumping, littering, choke drains, illegal disposal of waste, and poor attitudes towards environmental cleanliness. We also face challenges in liquid waste management, household toilet provision, fecal storage management, public cleansing, and environmental hygiene around some food established and public spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, the consequences are serious. Poor sanitation contributes to flooding, environmental degradation, the spread of disease, and a decline in the quality of life of residents. Indeed, sanitation is one of the clearest indicators of how well a city or a country is managed. A clean environment reflects effective institutions, adequate infrastructure, responsible citizenship, and a commitment to the well-being of all future generations. When waste is dropped into drains, drainage channels become blocked. When drains are blocked, flooding becomes more likely during heavy rains. When sanitation facilities are inadequate, environmental contamination increases, and when waste is poorly managed, communities are exposed to unhealthy and unpleasant surroundings. We must therefore stop treating sanitation as merely a waste management problem. Sanitation is a public health issue. It is an environmental issue. It is an economic issue. Above all, it is a development issue. Tackling this challenge requires collective and sustained action. Government has a critical responsibility to provide policy direction, infrastructure, logistics, and resources. Our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies must strengthen enforcement, improve waste management systems, and ensure that sanitation laws and bylaws are implemented effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, government alone, however, cannot solve all the problems. The private sector has an equally important role to play. We must strengthen partnership with private waste management companies and environmental service providers to improve waste collection, transportation, recycling, and safe disposal. We must go beyond the traditional approach of simply collecting waste and taking it to a disposal site. Greater emphasis must be placed on waste prevention, segregation, reuse, recycling, and recovery. Waste should not always be viewed as something to be thrown away. With a high technology and investment, waste can become a resource that creates jobs, support entrepreneurship, and drive innovation. Distinguished guests, sanitation is also fundamentally about attitudes and behavioral change. We cannot build enough drains to compensate for the irresponsible environmental practices. We cannot expect our communities to remain clean if people continue to dump refuse into drains, streets, and open spaces. Every resident must therefore take responsibility for the environment. Households, businesses, schools, churches, mosques, markets, and other institutions must make cleanliness part of their everyday activity, not something reserved for special cleanup exercises. Our traditional and religious leaders, assembly members, community leaders, civil society organizations, and the media have a critical role in changing attitudes, promoting responsibility, and promoting responsible environmental behavior. Cleanliness must become a culture. Citizens should not wait for government to announce a special sanitation day before they clean their surroundings. The responsibility begins with each of us. in our homes, workplaces, and communities. We must also confront the practical challenges before us. The Accra sanitation situation continues to be affected by inadequate disposal sites, inadequate transfer stations, inadequate logistics, and inadequate service providers. Ladies and gentlemen, these challenges require decisive action, stronger coordination, and better investment. I therefore believe we should enhance and embrace a simple but powerful principle. A clean Greater Accra is a shared responsibility. This principle should guide our actions through 5 key pillars. Firstly, prevention. We must reduce the amount of waste we generate and prevent indiscriminate disposals. The cleanest waste is waste that is never created. Every household business and institutions has a role to play in reducing unnecessary waste. Secondly, collection. We must ensure reliable, equitable, and effective waste collection across our communities. No community should be left behind because of inadequate collection systems. Thirdly, recovery. We must promote recycling, reuse, composting, and other forms of resource recovery. This will reduce pressure on disposal facilities while creating opportunities for employment, enterprise, and innovation. Fourthly, enforcement. Sanitation laws and bylaws must be respected. Environmental health officers and other authorized institutions must enforce the law fairly, consistently, and without fear or favor. And last but not the least, fifth, behavioral change. We must make environmental cleanliness a sustained responsibility of every household, business, institution, and communities. Infrastructure alone will not solve our sanitation problem if our attitudes remain unchanged. These 5 pillars should guide our collective effort towards a clean Greater Accra. Going forward, we need stronger coordination among the Regional Coordinating Council, MMDAs, private waste management companies, traditional authorities, community organizations, civil society, and other relevant institutions. We also need better data. We must know how much waste is generated, how much is collected, where the gaps exist, how many illegal dumping sites have been identified and cleared, how many premises have been inspected, and how many sanitation offenses have been detected and addressed. What we measure, we can manage. What we manage, we can improve. We must invest in infrastructure. We must invest in the infrastructure required to support our actions and ambitions. This includes adequate waste storage, containers, transfer facilities, recycling and recovery facilities, appropriate disposal facilities, public toilets, drainage infrastructure, and safe solid management facilities. Government has dedicated and allocated additional funds under the DACF, the District Assembly Common Fund, to support environmental and sanitation activities. Furthermore, sanitation is a major indicator under the 2026 performance contracts signed by MMDCs, this means there cannot be no excuse for persistent or poor performance. Where necessary resource and responsibility have been provided, our assemblies must rise to the challenge and deliver. We must also pay attention and greater attention to household toilet provision and safe management of our sanitation facilities. A modern and rapidly enhancing region cannot afford to normalize open defecation or unsafe disposal of human waste. Our sanitation plans must therefore be practical, measurable, and regularly monitored. We must move from promises to performance, from campaigns to systems, and from reaction to prevention. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the sanitation challenge before us is significant, but it is not unsurmountable. Greater Accra has the human resource institutions, private sector capacity, and community leadership requisite for meaningful progress. What we need is a sustained commitment, stronger coordination, and the courage to change both our systems and our behavior. Let us move away from the mindset that sanitation is the sole responsibility of government. Let us move away from a culture of simply disposing of waste and towards a culture of prevention, recovery, responsible disposal, and environmental stewardship. Let us build communities where cleanliness is not something we practice only when campaigns are announced, but something we practice every single day. And let us remember that the Greater Accra we build today is the Greater Accra we hand over to the next generation. They deserve a region that is clean. They deserve a region that is healthier, safer, and more sustaining than the one we inherited. In conclusion, Nana Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, tackling poor sanitation in Greater Accra will require the effort of all of us. Government must lead the way, the assemblies must deliver, the private sector must invest and innovate, traditional, religious, and community leaders must mobilize, civil society and the media must educate and hold us accountable as citizens, and citizens must take responsibility. Cleanliness must be achieved. Cleanliness cannot be achieved by government alone. It must become a shared value and a shared responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, as I take my seat, as we deliberate on the sanitation challenge facing our region, let us submit ourselves not merely to discussions, but to physical and practical actions. Let us build a Greater Accra where waste is properly managed, drains are kept clean, public spaces are cleared, sanitation laws are respected, and every citizen understands that individual actions have consequences for the well-being of all the entire region. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council remains committed to working with all stakeholders to improve sanitation across the region. Let us let this conference make and mark not just another gathering to discuss and lament our sanitation challenges, but a renewed commitment to action. Representative of the government chair, Director, Metro, the Ignite Media Group, religious leaders, let us from this conference also not just another gathering to discuss and lament our sanitation challenges, but a renewed commitment to action. Together we build a cleaner, healthier, safer, and more sustained Greater Accra for us all. Thank you for your attention. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong, and God bless the Greater Accra region. I stand in for the regional minister, and God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Baja has just told us we have less than 3 years, we have less than 4 years to go on the SDGs. Indulge me as I invite 4 more institutions. Every one of them, I'm the headmistress here. Every one of them is come to give a goodwill message of 1.3 seconds. Okay, 1 minute, 3 seconds. I've been very generous now. And so I'll call Zoomlion, I'll call ESPA, I'll call Contract Cleaners Association, and then I'll call Appointed Time, in that order. Zoomlion. Mind you, when I walk my beautiful self on the stage, it just means it's time. 1 minute, please, let's all count. 1 minute, 3 seconds.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Nana Chairman, the rep for Regional Minister, Honorable, traditional and religious leaders, representative from private sector, the academia present, colleagues in the environmental sanitation industry, distinguished members from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real privilege to join you for the Ghana Sanitation and Clean Environment Conference 2026. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of Zoomlion Ghana Limited, I wish to commend Ignite Media Group and its partners for creating this platform to deepen the national conversation on sanitation and environment and environmental sustainability. As we assess Ghana's progress towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly those relating to sustainable cities, communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, and clean water, we must recognize that state of our environment and sanitation remains a critical measure to how far we have come and how much further we still have to go. The very composition of this conference recognizes that reality. Government, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, development partners, waste management companies, environmental organizations, academia, the media, and communities have all been brought together around a common national purpose. That purpose is simply but profound: to build a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, sanitation must no longer be considered simply as collection and disposal of waste or refuse. It is fundamentally a public health, environmental, economic, and development issue. When waste is indiscriminately disposed into drains, gutters, waterways, and public space, the consequence eventually returns to us through flooding, environmental pollution, disease risk, and the enormous cost to repeatedly cleaning our communities. We therefore need to change the national conversation from simply cleaning Ghana to keeping Ghana clean. We can develop thousands of waste bins, waste collection trucks. We can build treatment plants and organize cleanup exercise. All these interventions are necessary, but none of them on their own would deliver a sustainable solution if our relationship with waste remains unchanged. The sustainable solution, infrastructure, technology, effective regulation, enforcement, public education, and responsible citizenship. Every chain and business must understand the generation of waste is linked with the responsibility of managing the waste. Distinguished guests, there is also an increasingly important connection between sanitation and climate resilience. As our cities expand and climate pressure intensify, we must pay greater attention to the relationship between waste management, drainage systems, flooding, and urban resilience. A plastic bottle carelessly thrown into the gutter may appear insignificant, but when that action is repeated by thousands of people every day across our communities and cities, the cumulative effect becomes a national environmental challenge. Climate resilience, therefore, is not built only through major infrastructural projects. It is also built through the daily environmental choices of citizens, businesses, institutions. This is why this conference emphasizes on responsible production is equally important. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is also where the media becomes very important in our quest to laud the sanitation principles. People must understand why only that indiscriminate dumping is wrong, but also why their individual actions affect public health, flooding, environmental qualities, and national expenditure. Sanitation education must therefore move beyond occasional campaigns. It must become continuous, and I wish to emphasize this point. Our radio and TV stations, schools, churches, mosques, traditional authorities, social media platforms, and communities, organizations must keep making environment responsibility part of our national culture. This is the reason why Zoomlion welcomes the opportunity to partner with the Ignite Group for this agenda. The media organizations bring something particularly powerful to the sanitation agenda: the ability to communicate repeatedly with millions of people and influence attitudes over time. Zoomlion brings practical experience in waste management and environmental sanitation, where Ignite brings communication, platforms, and audience. While the government provides policy leadership, the local authorities provide community-level governance and law enforcement. When these strengths comes together, we can bring to achieve the collective action envisaged by this conference. But the bigger question is, what happens after we do cleanup exercises? What happens after we have cleaned? Do we return the following week and find the same gutters choked with waste or not? Do we clean today and later tomorrow? Or does the exercise become an opportunity to change attitude and establish a new culture of environmental responsibility? Ladies and gentlemen, Ignite Media Group's invitation to Zoomlion Ghana Limited is not only to participate in this conference, but to partner in advancing its sanitation objectives. As Ghana's leading integrated waste management company, we recognize that our responsibility is beyond collecting and managing waste. We have contribute our experience, infrastructure, innovation, and voice to the broader national effort to build cleaner and more sustainable. Together with the Ignite Group, the government, local authorities, industries, communities, and every Ghanaian, we can build a clean, healthy, sustainable, and climate resilient Ghana we all desire. Thank you, and God bless our home in Ghana.
You know, sometimes some students are just stubborn. This particular one, Zoom Lion, is a stubborn student. So headmistress can't do anything because Zoom Lion is partnering Ignite Media. So Zoom Lion, Mafa Muhuedi. But subsequent speakers, I will be very strict on you. Media, you need to help me up there. Because I saw a few young people who represent the next generation leaving, and I'm upset about that a little bit. But the messages, each message we are hearing here from a different perspective, very important. And so, do you all realize something? That the SDG on gender has been missing in this SDG conference. That I've been the only female standing here and talking. How? Mr. von Backenstein, Ignite Media. So the next few speakers who would stick to just 1 minute are going to be female. Let's invite Madame Ama Entry of ESPA. You have to clap for her. All the service providers, she's the executive director representing them. Madam, make us proud.
Good afternoon. Standing on existing protocols, ni ofada mingawe na numichia munina. It is a great honor to stand before you today to speak on the subject that touches every Ghanaian, every community, and indeed the future of our nation. Towards a clean Ghana, collective action for sustainable cities, responsible production, and climate resilience. A clean Ghana is not simply about clean streets and attractive communities. It's about building a nation where people live in healthy environments, where our rivers and natural resources are protected, our cities are well planned, and our waste is responsibly managed. Our industries produce sustainably, and our communities are resilient to climate change. Ghana's rapid urbanization, population growth, and changing consumption patterns are generating ever-increasing quantities of solid waste, plastics, wastewater, and other pollutants. Poor waste management has left us with blocked drains, recurring floods, polluted water bodies, open burning, and contaminated groundwater. Let us be clear, these are not merely sanitation problems. They are public health, economic, environmental, and climate challenges, and they demand urgent, coordinated action. Effective waste management must become an integral part of Ghana's sustainable development and climate resilience agenda. Our cities require reliable systems for collection, transportation, treatment, recycling, composting, resource recovery, and safe disposal. At the same time, Ghana must go beyond the traditional take and make dispose. This is not the government tax alone. It calls for responsible production and consumption throughout our economy. Industries must reduce waste, improve resource efficiency, and take greater responsibility for the environmental impacts of their products. Packaging. Consumers, in turn, must adopt responsible habits, reducing waste, reusing materials, separating, and recycling. Climate change raises the stakes further. Poorly managed waste worsens flooding, pollutes water bodies, degrades ecosystem, and adds to greenhouse gas emissions. What are the lessons? Building a clean and a resilient Ghana requires every actor to play its part. Government must provide effective policies, regulations, infrastructure, and sustainable financing. Metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies must strengthen sanitation planning, service delivery, and enforcement of sanitation bylaws. Waste management companies, we are improving on efficiency, innovation, and environmental performance. Industries must embrace responsible production and circular economy principles. Civil societies, our traditional leaders, religious leaders, schools, universities, the media, and the development partners must continue to educate, mobilize, and advocate. And most importantly, every citizen has a role to play. Keeping Ghana clean cannot be the responsibility of government or waste management companies alone. It demands a genuine shift in attitudes and behavior, from indiscriminate dumping of responsible dumping, from waste generation to waste reduction, and from seeing waste as a burden to recognizing it as a resource. The sector is also an engine of opportunity. Recycling, composting, recovering, green manufacturing, and waste-to-resource initiatives can create jobs, promote entrepreneurship, and generate sustainable livelihoods, particularly for the young people and women. Treated well, our waste can become one of our best under-reused economic assets. Call to action. We must make cleanliness a national culture. Let us reduce littering and indiscriminate dumping. Separate waste at source. Invest in recycling. Strengthen sanitary landfill management. Promote responsible production and consumption. Integrate waste management into climate resilience planning. Strengthen environmental education and enforcement. The Ghana we want tomorrow depends on the decisions we make today. Our children deserve to inherit clean rivers, healthy communities, green spaces, and a safe environment. A Ghana where development and environmental protection go hand in hand. A clean Ghana is possible. A sustainable Ghana is possible. A climate resilient Ghana is possible. But achieving this vision takes more than policies and programs. It takes a national movement built on responsibility, partnership, innovation, investment, and collective action. Let us act today to transform our communities, our waste management system, our production and consumption patterns, our relationship with our environment. Together, we can build a cleaner Ghana. Together, we can build sustainable cities. Together, we can create a circular and responsible economy. Together, we can build a climate resilient nation. The future is in our hands. Let us act now for Ghana, for our communities, for our environment, and for generations yet unborn. Let's long live Ghana, long live a clean Ghana, sustainable and a climate resilient Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you. Women in leadership. We must promote women in leadership. SDG 5. So as I promised you, the last few goodwill messages will be from the Merkur for we are here. So make room for us. You see, we reserve the best for last. I'm going to call now Madam Jacqueline, Mrs. Jacqueline Afo, Managing Director of Appointed Time Printing. Let's give it up for them. I saw you clapping for the men. Clap for the women.
Thank you very much, Doc. Miss Pressed, hard pressed. I want to stand on the existing protocol and also add my calls on sanitation. I want to speak on behalf of the manufacturing sector because I come from printing, Appointed Time Printing Limited, and our emphasis is on responsible production. Ladies and gentlemen, without water, our machines cannot run. Run on water and mixed together with ink, and that is what we print. On the SDG 6, clean water, ladies and gentlemen, this forum is appropriate. As I walk through our factory floor every morning and I look at the mixture of the ink and the water and all the other chemicals run through the machine, well, ladies and gentlemen, one or two reasons our actions contribute to land pollution, water pollution, and air pollution. When he was speaking, he said the Kole is crying. I also want to ask each and every one of us here, if the Kole is crying, then what is your body also doing? Your body is also crying more because of our actions and what it tends to. So let me take this opportunity to entreat each and every one of us, especially for those in the manufacturing sector, by how we dispose of our waste and do it properly. Thank you very much.
Some of the students, they are excellent. This student will give an A or B. Some people are saying A+. We like it. Not the other A+. This A+, right? Yes. We'll get to the next one who has also promised to get A++. So we are measuring. We are measuring. Faustina Derry, Head of Communications from National Health Authority. Please clap for her. You clap for the men. She said we should clap it.
Yes. Thank you very much. Permit me to go beyond her time because I have been sent by my Chief Executive Officer. Distinguished guests, permit me to also stand on the existing protocols because of time. I bring you warm greetings from the Chief Executive Officer of the National Health Insurance Authority, Dr. Victor Asari Bampo. We at National Health Insurance, we believe that keeping our environment clean is all it is when it comes to health care. By rallying around clean environments, we are directly investing in preventive health care. Clean streets, safe water, and proper waste management serve as primary lines of defense. Improving environmental sanitation reduces national disease burdens, lowers medical costs, and significantly eases financial pressure on the National Health Insurance Scheme. This partnership here today directly advances Agenda 2030, specifically UN Sustainable Development Goal 6 on clean water and sanitation, SDG 3 on good health and well-being. We commend Ignat's Group and the Office of the Chief of Staff for organizing this conference and leading tomorrow's cleanup exercise. To maximize the health benefits of our staff, our CEO and management also introduced an aerobics and physical fitness season for all staff across the nation. We believe that keeping our environment clean and keeping our bodies physically active are the twin pillars of preventive health care. Under the leadership of our CEO and backed by our dedicated staff across every district and region in Ghana, the National Health Insurance Authority has taken the President's vision that is cleaning Ghana every month a step further. We have officially adopted general cleaning as an institutional monthly policy nationwide. Every month, our staff assemble across the country to clean our office surroundings and immediate communities. At the National Health Insurance Authority, our core mandate is to ensure equitable access to quality health care for every Ghanaian. While our work often centers on financing clinical care, we recognize a fundamental reality, and that is healthcare delivery begins long before a patient enters the clinic. When sanitation breaks down, preventable illness from malaria to cholera spread rapidly throughout our communities. This places a heavy physical toll on citizens, overburdens our health facilities, and dramatically inflates health spending. This is why we deem it fit to partner IGNAT for this great and healthy cause. We at National Health Insurance promise to commit our resources and our energy to support this great cause. We commend IGNAT Media again for tomorrow's cleanup exercise across the principal streets of Accra, and we promise that we are going to join with our team. Thank you, and let us work together towards a cleaner, healthier Ghana. To end my speech, I will urge all of us, if you are here and you do not have your National Health Insurance card, we have a stand outside. Kindly walk to the stand and get registered. And if your membership is expired, go to the stand, they will renew it for you. Or you can dial *929#. *929#. You don't need to go and queue. You just have to sit in your comfort home and register. Your health insurance card is your access to free quality healthcare delivery. Thank you.
So on the grading, A+++. I had F. I'm not going to say that. But let's not forget *929#. *929#. National Health Insurance. Basic health is good. Health is wealth. Last but not the least, this one, she's promised me that she can do it in 50 seconds. Diana Tanihu, Executive Secretary, Contract Cleaners Association of Ghana. Diana, I'm giving you pressure. Don't fail me. She's representing the women's dimension of sustainability, of sanitation, of everything SDG. Let's clap for her. You see, she's wearing green trousers.
Thank you. And permit me to also earlier protocols. Under the pressure that I've been given, I'll try and do my best. Okay. I realize most of you don't know about the association, but CCAG is a body for cleaning service providers, suppliers, manufacturers of cleaning-related products. When the Chief of Staff was speaking, he threw a challenge to all of us. He mentioned that it's about time institutions take up streets, state installations, and clean. And for us, I think we've been ahead of that. Can you all remember the COVID-19 situation we had worldwide? As an association, we took it up upon ourselves, and for 2 years, okay, we cleaned the Ghana Infectious Disease Center, and I'm sure most dignitaries who found their way there can attest to the excellence and professionalism they experienced in that center. I also like to pose a question to us. Today is about pragmatic measures and not talk show. When we think of cleaning, what comes to our mind? In our homes, is it something we look at as punishment? Because sometimes the mindset we have about something determines the way we approach it. As an association who take up this task to do in our homes, schools, hospitals, communities, we realize that the way we look at cleaning affects the way we respond to it. How many of us are willing to pay for cleaning services? And how many of us, look down upon the cleaning service provider? This is where I want to draw our attention. All this talk we're having here, if right from our homes, right from our offices, right from our state institutions, we don't look at cleaning as something that is pivotal to the development of our nation and give it the needed attention, we will go back and still look down upon the cleaner and still not be willing to give or to even pay for the services of cleaning. So I want us to live here with a mindset change that cleaning is not an undervalued profession. A cleaner should not be looked down upon. And if we really want to achieve SDG Goal 6, we should have this mindset change. Thank you very much.
This would be A+++. Thank you. We enjoyed it. It was very experiential, right? And it shows volunteerism, it shows consistent commitment. We can't stop. If you get into the space, you're contributing, whatever it is you're contributing to the achievement of the SDGs, you must be very consistent. We are going to break the stride a little bit. We have a video for you. Ochiame Kwame is an individual who's also taking it upon himself to go on this path. Let's watch it.
Hi, my name is Ochiame Kwame, and I want to say that a man's environment. Hi, my name is Ochiame Kwame, and I want to say that a man's environment is a perfect extension of his thinking. With that said, when people visit where we live, the dirt on the floor, Hi, my name is Ochiame Kwame, and I want to say that a man's environment is a perfect extension of his thinking. With that said, when people visit where we live, the dirt on the floor, the rubber in the sea, and the destruction that we cause to farmlands, it is quite easy for them to know who we are. So I think that we all have a big responsibility, a shared responsibility to clean our environment. But first, we need to understand what is happening to our environment first. So I think that the Clean Conference gives all of us the opportunity to learn more about climate change, global warming, environmental degradation, and the others, so that we may change our behavior to recreate an environment which is great for our forebearers. A wise man once said that we do not inherit the earth from our forebearers, we rent it from our unborn children. So as the Clean Conference is moving on, I want to urge all of us, especially creatives, to use our social media portals and platforms to advocate for a clean environment, for a greener Ghana, and to advocate for a better world for our future. Thank you very much for holding the Clean Conference. It's amazing. I wish I could be there, but I'm in Europe right now on a tour. So see you, and please, I pledge as Ochiame Kwame to use all my social media pages, my voice, my face, to help recreate an environment that is peaceful and harmonious with nature. Love your nature, it is yourself.
We thank you very much, Ochiame Kwame. We have a presentation by Daryl Bosu, Deputy Director, Arocha, coming up next. Please, let's make room. Please, let's clap for him. Very informative. Very informative.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And adhering to all existing protocols, I want to take this opportunity to make this presentation that is going to touch on our rivers and wetland conservation, with particular focus on illegal and irresponsible mining. I believe we all know that for every drop of water that comes from our taps that we serve in our homes, its source is the rivers and the streams and the watersheds that we have. Without the surface rivers, the wells and all of that, there is no way we are going to have access to clean drinking water in good quantities and in good quality. I guess the slides is being controlled from up, so maybe we have an indicator. Yes. And one thing I need all of us to know is that as we talk about water, sanitation, and cleanliness, we need to seriously pay attention to our water supply systems, particularly the SDG 6. SDG 6 is all about water provisioning, clean water supply, and wash related matters. And we cannot do that without acknowledging the important role of Ghana Water Company. Every water abstraction point, water provisioning facility in this country draws a source of water from a stream, from a river. And so we need to ask ourselves, to what extent are we paying attention to these critical ecosystems that we have around us? Without the critical infrastructure of the environment, which is the source of our rivers and our streams and our watersheds, there is no way Ghana Water Company can supply water to us. There is no way the small town and water supply stations can provide water to us. And we must also recognize that without water, a lot of the other SDGs are also going to be seriously impacted. Can we have the next slide? Now, I want to draw your attention to where Ghana used to be before illegal mining and irresponsible mining activities took over our environment. This is the Jimmy Dam before 2016. And just like every river you know, the Pra, the Ankobra, the Ofin, this was how clean our rivers were. But let me show you. We are in almost 4 years to the end of the Sustainable Development Goals. We've taken 10 years of the Sustainable Development Goal period to really, instead of improving on our water systems, but rather to degrade, to pollute, and make them unwholesome. This is a water treatment facility close to an abstraction point, and just look at the river that is close by it. From something that was very clean, this is now the state of almost every river system that is the source of our drinking water, and from which Ghana Water Company is processing water to serve to our homes. This is certainly not something we can be very proud of as a people and then also as a country. Now, if you go across almost all the major regions, particularly the southern part of the country, it is a common thing to see this particular nature of our rivers. Let's show another one. And if it is not like the one before, you also see a lot of miners now sitting very directly on our river systems and destroying it, forgetting that it is this same rivers that feeds our water abstraction point. Next. Now, the same river, Jimmy, which used to be clean, this is how it looks like now. And according to the CSIR, experts are saying that over 60% of our river basins are now affected by serious activities of mining. So how do we then achieve the outcome of SDG 6 if the very source of a critical infrastructure to make that possible is all being polluted or degraded? Now, it's not only about the change in color or the pollution. It also comes with some additional pollution from heavy metals that has the potential to cause serious health effects. So we talk about the cyanide pollution, the mercury, the sedimentation, and also the destruction of the riparian vegetation that comes along with illegal mining activities. And now, just almost from some few days ago, I was in a meeting with health experts from the Ghana Medical Association, the Pediatric Society, and they are all talking about increasing risks of some of these pollution on children, on women, and even on the general populace. So you are drinking water, the water might even be clean, but I guess you have also heard that Ghana Water Company does not have the capacity to treat the heavy metals that are associated with the pollution that we are seeing right now. Now, with this escalating turbidity and also pollution, it is not just localized. The sad thing is that almost all our major basins are affected. So you see from rivers like the Birim River, the Osino, Kwenyakun, going all the way to the central region, all of these river systems are polluted. From something that used to be very small, 7,000 NTU, 2024, we can now record over 10,000 NTU, and then Birim as well. So it tells you that the situation is dire. One would have expected that we would have taken action to really deal with this. Now, there's another slide that will make you realize how very serious this is. This is a dashboard of almost all the rivers in this country. And the colors represent the indicator of health, groundwater status, human health risks, and pollution levels associated with all our rivers. Anything beyond 2 tells you that our rivers are dying, our rivers are of poor quality, and they are not able to provide us the water provision service of good quality as we expect. If this is the state of the rivers in Ghana, then certainly it doesn't matter how much distribution networks for water we have. For as long as the source is polluted, is not of good quality, then certainly we are not doing well at all with SDG 6. Next slide. This further elaborates to you the water quality index. Apart from the Ofin, which until recently used to be very clean, now almost all our river system, the Pra, the Kwenyakun, Tano, all of them, look at them, poor water quality. And then also we have what? Grossly polluted. This is data from as early as January 2025. This is not some data set coming from several years before. So currently, these are issues that we are confronted with, and to really ensure that we have sustainable water supply and clean water supply, we need to deal with this situation. Now, to talk about the heavy metal contamination, I'm just trying to give us the graphical aspect of the pollution we are confronted with. So it's not about the fact that if you hear CSOs talking about the need for us to deal with water pollution, we're just talking out of no evidence. There is evidence attesting to the fact that the situation is much more dire than what we say on podiums and platforms. This is the actual situation on the ground, and nobody should take this for granted. And as a result, Ghana Water Company says that I cannot treat your water as I used to. I must increase the bill for you. So some people are sitting somewhere, enriching themselves, making money, living large, but for the rest of us, the population, our pockets are being also charged more just because we are asking for clean access to a provision that is our right. So this is something that we all need to take note of. As others pollute the water, Ghana Water Company will keep increasing the bill for all of us, so we pay for it. So in effect, as people are enriching themselves, some of us here in Accra are paying the cost as a result. Now, this is the sad part. We have known about the dire situation of our water for almost a decade now. Somewhere in 2016, even before that, the CSR sounded an alarm, talked about the fact that if we continue mistreating our water bodies, Ghana is going to have to import water. We had that alarm somewhere in 2016. We never did anything about it. We are in 2026. 10 years down the line, our rivers and streams are even worse off than they used to be. I don't think that we can be very progressive if we see the issues and the challenges staring us in the face and refuse to take the bold and decisive actions that we need to take. So the situation has been with us for a long time, but we failed. As we speak, Chebi Treatment Facility has been shut down since the beginning of the year. And there are also several communities who are no longer able to drink from the streams and rivers they used to go and fetch water from, because all these rivers are polluted. I was in a community far away somewhere in the Eastern region yesterday, and the community was lamenting that there is only now one small stream that is left unpolluted from the activities of illegal mining. And even with that stream, the miners are putting pressure on them to allow them to go and start digging it. That is how bad the pressure and the threat to our river systems are. Every abstraction point, you are not getting to see the rest of this photo, but the abstraction point for a water treatment facility, the water is very polluted and is contributing also to the problem of increasing costs for the Ghana Water Company. Now, this is providing an outlook of water scarcity. The challenge with Ghana is that we have a lot of streams and rivers. There's the Volta Lake, all the other rivers you are talking about. But when it comes to access to drinking water, we have serious decline in its accessibility. So if you take Ghana in terms of, for example, 2020, per person per year, we're talking about 1,500 cubic meters of water per person per year. But because of the pollution and the way we are mistreating our river systems, we are going to have much less water by that period. The Praia Basin will certainly also see some scarcity in terms of its water supply to us, the same way with the Densu Basin. And please take note, Densu Basin is what feeds the Weja Reservoir. The Weja Reservoir is what sells most of Accra. So if the Densu Basin is suffering, then of course we are also going to have serious challenges with supplying water to people in Accra. These are the indicators of mining and how mining affects almost every other sector of the economy and our particular SDGs. You know, when water bodies are polluted, women have to travel long distances to get access to water. Even children will have to struggle to get water. And then also our environment is polluted. It increases the cost of service provision. I've already shown you how water company is charging us more to give us water going forward. Now, aside that, water doesn't just come out of space. They come from forest reserves. Critical forest ecosystems that support our water services are also under threat. And now, if you talk about a lot of the forest reserves in this country, 51 of them out of 288 are now completely under pressure from illegal mining. You all practically know about the Atiwa Forest. It's in the eastern region, the source of water for the Birim, Densu and Ayensu, water for 5 million people. Just last week, serious mining activity going on there, putting the water service of that ecosystem seriously at risk. If Atiwa is gone, then ask yourself, where is Densu going to get its water from? And where is Weja Reservoir getting its water from? That means that our water for most parts of Accra is also going to be affected. There's a problem with governance and rule of law. We need to ensure that we are dealing with the issues of illegal mining and irresponsible mining. Of course, it gives livelihood to certain people, but the question is, at what other cost to all other sectors of the economy? That is why, even though there is activities of NIMOS and all of that, we need to go beyond that and do the needful. These actions need to be sustained. We need to make sure they are more permanent and not one-off activities that leaves us too weak from addressing these challenges. I want to propose a few recommendations. Next slide. Now, these are more a context issue, but let's move on to recommendations just for the benefit of time. So the key recommendations I want to propose here. Our government has always been talking about our forest reserves and water bodies being critical areas also for national security purposes and also critical areas for no mining. Somehow that is not happening. Until we change that and make our rivers, forest reserves, security zones, and no-go mining areas, there's no way we are going to make progress. We heard His Excellency, the Ambassador for Germany, talk about the fact that some rivers used to be polluted in their country, but they are now able to use them. It is the same approach we need to take here as a country. If we change the way we do things, we can turn things around. Until we change the way we do things, there's no way we are going to see any difference in how we are managing our resources. And then also we talked about a riparian zone, buffer zone. There's a policy. We need to see how that can be made into a law so that we can start getting the full benefit of protecting our rivers and the vegetation that protect them. We have also talked about the compact, presidential compact on water. It's about time we look at this. And also we definitely need finance and investment for remediation and also for restoration. We are talking about returning the health of our rivers to what it used to be. We need to turn things around, and we cannot do that just by doing the same old things we are used to. One more slide, and I guess I'll be out of here. There is a need to also look at the illegal mining sector. Government is talking about formalization. It must happen much more quicker than we are seeing it. We cannot all just sit aloof and just be delaying the process. We also need to invest in alternative livelihoods, because the absence of jobs is what is also pushing people into some of these legal activities. Restoration is a must. We must prioritize that. And I want to use this opportunity to say that there's a lot more we can do with addressing whatever challenge we are faced now. We cannot just sit on the fence and pretend that just by talking all the time, not putting the resources where it is needed, we'll see us getting some solutions. So please, it's about time we change the way we do things, and to see a solution, we must move forward much more decisively and much more boldly. I end here, and I thank you all very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Daryl Bosu. He is Deputy Director of AROCHA Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for still sitting and being part of this. I promise you in the next 20 minutes we're out of here. But respectfully, His Royal Highness Ni Kojo Esrifi Papainyira I will take leave of us. Say thank you so much for coming. Please, a round of applause for the representative of the Gamanche and his entourage. And okay, and please, as our guest leaves, we can stand and stretch our legs, then we get into the panel discussion right away. In the next 10 minutes, we are done with the panel discussion. So joining me here would have Dr. Rebecca Yandam, Research, Innovation and Development Manager at Zoomlion Ghana Limited. Also, Dr. Gameli Hodofia is Executive Secretary of the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, and Ato Kwamna Sanaya is Vice President of the Coalition of NGOs in Water and Sanitation. Please join me, lady and gentlemen, join me here so we can get right into the panel discussion, and then the next 20 minutes we'll wrap up with the whole program, and then we are out of here. So let's get right into the panel conversation now. Please, can you help me take this off the stage? Okay.
So I would be here. Right. Okay. As we're getting the podium up so we can focus in this really on the stance now, looking at private sector, looking at government, and also development partners as we have had here. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. The microphones are by you. Okay, right. So, lady, you'd be in the middle for us, right? So you can strain on all of us. Right. Right, fantastic. Let me, well, as you said again, it's around for a very long time, and a huge stakeholder. How do we solve the situation, the challenges that we're talking about with development partners, with governments? How are we doing that?
Thank you so much. As he mentioned, my name is Dr. Rebecca Yandam. I lead research, innovations, and development for Zoomlion Ghana Limited. I've been in the industry for almost 2 decades now with Zoomlion. I currently support international business development for the Jospon Group of companies. I would say that Ghana have built a very replicable model when it comes to waste and sanitation that other countries have begun to troop in to learn what we have developed. We have been able to sustain infrastructure in the sector that is able to sustainably manage waste across the multiple value chain. And when we talk about solving the problem with the multiple stakeholders involved, we talk about government, and government comes in several layers. We have the ministerial level, we have local level who are in charge of implementation. We have development partners who are part of our development systems, and then we have the private sector where Zoomlion currently sits. To solve the problem, I would say each of these stakeholders have their roles and responsibilities, which must be clearly demarcated. Government, for instance, according to our policy, private sector is supposed to do the service delivery for up to 80%, and government provide the regulation and the policy. While what development partners should do is to provide a catalytic financing, such that if a private investor needs to invest money, what the development partner needs to do is to catalyze the system to make sure that the investment is de-risked, to attract more investment. And the combination of these 3 institutions is where the solution lies. We must work together as partners and not independent institutions.
So getting information down, getting the assemblies to understand what the government is supposed to do when it comes to tackling the challenges and reaching the deadline for 2030. How do we draw in the assemblies? Funding, is it the understanding of the situation on the ground? What really should be done to properly get them to do the work on the ground? Because everybody's now calling on the name of the assemblies. This assembly, they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Thank you very much. So when we take sanitation, waste, the environment, it's the responsibility of the local governments. There's an honorable MMDC here. They really, by law, right, and by policy, to take charge at local level. Now, in our decentralization reform agenda, we have taken pains to try and clarify the various roles and responsibilities at the various levels, so that we say that at the national level institutions would focus on policy formulation, monitoring, and evaluation only, without dovetailing down to go and be doing implementation. At the regional level is the level of deconcentration, so they're doing it on behalf of central government, so they would offer coordination. So regional ministers you know, really, you shouldn't see a regional minister going out and bulldozing stuff and doing the work that MMDCs should be doing. Now, at the MMDA level is really where the action is. By law and by policy, it's their responsibility to lead the charge when it comes to how we deal with issues of sanitation, the environment. And so His Excellency, the President, is very clear that we must empower the local governments to be able to do this. Now, there's a big role for us as citizens to play in that conversation. The MMDAs are meant to lead the conversation by mobilizing local people. You and I, where we live, that's essentially what we mean by decentralization, power in our hands to be able to transform our localities. And the idea is that you have a say, I have a say, the local governments and the civil servants or the public servants who work within that setup would shepherd us to be able to deliver on that responsibility. And so if your local government is not doing it, you have to really hold the fire to them. And that is why government has made sure that when it comes to the MMDC's performance contracts, sanitation is at the center of it, right? So in terms of a broad framework.
Sorry, I'd have to use the actual. So just to know that I'm giving each panel member 2 minutes, and then the next one will be 1 minute, and then we can wrap it up. You know the situation now. Ato, with you, the NGOs, when it comes to sanitation, when it comes to the SDG goals that Ghana is driving towards, are there challenges you're facing in, you know, trying to get things done?
All right, thank you. Yes. Yeah, in contributing to achieving the SDGs, I think as a country we have done a lot and we've come far. The SDO fraternity has contributed in supporting government to put in up policies. We have recent policies for water, recent policy for sanitation, which we're hoping would go through cabinet soon. The NGO fraternity supporting government have put together a program. Now, out of that program, we've been able to estimate what we need as a financial push, shared among all partners. What we are seeing is that over the period, as part of our commitment, we've tracked how much investment is going into the various sectors. Okay. Government is doing well with the direction of 10% to water, 10% to sanitation at the district level. However, we are just doing about 10% from government investment, 10% of what we need as a yearly investment of $1.7 billion a year to be able to reach the SDG. This is something we think is a huge challenge as we conversate around all the things that needs to be done. This is something that government needs to pay attention to. It's good money has gone to the district to focus on water and sanitation. We are encouraging the MMDAs to also use their own IGF to support what government has committed. However, the capital investment needs to happen so that we can pay for contract providers, we can pay for performance by private sector, then also catalyze investment as she suggested.
Right. My next question, final one to you, will be when you talked about policy, I was looking at everybody's face because we have become a country with a lot of policy, framework, paper, book, everything is in there. But as to the actual drive towards it, from a stakeholder like you, what would you say in a minute about policy and going or making sure that that policy is worked on and achieved?
So as civil society, I think we have used several years to demonstrate on the ground what needs to happen. There are several pilot projects, there are several pilot demonstrations that has been done over the years. And we have maintained that it is time to scale. There's enough lessons, there is enough strategies. Other countries, other people within the sub-region are using our documents and trying to excel. We've showcased tools, we've showcased several approaches which others have picked and are working with. It's about time to let our pilots speak. In Greater Accra region, through a recent program, about more than 30,000 households toilets were constructed. What is the lesson from that? How do we advance that? To end, I would say open defecation can end. We need to end open defecation. If there is any commitment that we need to make, government should put its shoulder behind ending open defecation. That's the only way we can show that the people voting for us are dignified, and we respect that and recognize that.
Right. Doc, for all of us here, especially for our MC who is here and his colleagues, what should they do so that by 2030 we would have said that we've tried and we are nearly close to the targets that was set and with the SDG goals?
Thank you very much. I just thought to add a few more things from the policy perspective. Right. So we currently, Cabinet currently, recently, approved a national decentralization policy and strategic framework. And in there, we identified, during the consultations, we did a bottom-up approach, realized that we do not have a waste management department, for instance, in the municipalities and the districts. We have it at the metro level. And so one of the policy measures that we are taking forward is the creation of that department, so that there's that focus at the local
waste
level.
Management department.
Yes. Now, before coming here, I was coming from Sugakope, where a panel is in place working on a new Local Governance Act, and in there we have that department created. So that's tangible action for you. That will be in Parliament. In the same way, environmental health units. Previously, they were just units at the local level. Now we thought to upgrade those units into environmental health and sanitation departments. That also created in law, so that there's ample amplification of that responsibility in moving and mobilizing the local level. We talk about the resources that are going down. Since we started the DACF about 30 years ago, about 16 billion Ghana cedis was transferred to the local level. But in 2025 alone, about 7 billion of resources went down. And in there's a huge chunk for sanitation. So a lot more is being done and would be done. In 2026, for instance, the Common Fund formula has about 93% of direct resources that would go to the local level. In the same way, we have a certain process we call the DPA, that's the District Performance Assessment Tool process. In there, we have put in place indicators that would hold local people and MMDCs more accountable. Now, it's a carrot, it's a situation where it's performance-based, so we want to encourage them to do more at the local level, so that they get more money to be able to deliver more for local people and to be able to shape, and develop the Ghana that we all want together, as far as sanitation and waste management is concerned.
Right, MC, you're jotting it. Okay, fine. So he said all that you have said. He'll tell his colleagues also. Let me wrap up with you. That is Dr. Yandam from Zoomlion. The task is huge. Towards 2030, what can you promise us you can do in helping Ghana achieve these goals?
Thank you so much. As I mentioned earlier, Ghana have developed a good model that can be emulated, and we have demonstrated that the challenge is solvable. And private sector is well positioned, particularly in Ghana, to handle the problem of sanitation. What we need here is partnership. Partnership from the government to provide the political stability, to provide the good regulation. What we need from the local assemblies is good partnership to monitor what we do. The standards needs to be set. Without standards, you cannot monitor performance. And he mentioned now it's on performance basis. So we need clear standards against which private sector performance would be measured, against which payments will be justified. With all these and the role of development partners, and my colleague here, the NGO, by the way, I'm one of you also. I run the Solid Waste Association of Ghana, which is also an NGO. Yes, so what we do is to do a good advocacy. We have technical expertise that we can contribute to for policy formulation. It's one thing we need is collaboration. We have the men, like the presidents mentioned recently. We have the men, we have the knowledge, we have the technology. We have started exporting technology and human resource from the Jospang Group. We are currently operating in several countries, and this demonstrates that yes, we have the workable model, we have something to replicate, and what we need now is partnership from every one of us to solve the challenge. Thank you.
Right, so what we need now is partnership from all of us, and that includes you. That includes you, that includes your daughter, your son, your brother, your mother. All of us together, we can make this. So please, a round of applause for my panel members for this session. Dr. Rebecca Yandam is Research, Innovation and Development Manager at Zoomlion Ghana Limited. Also, you have from Dr. Gameli Hodofia is Executive Secretary, Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization. And also Ato Kwamna Senaya is Vice President of the Coalition of NGOs in Water and Sanitation. I am Desmond Okrekudan. So my co-host, Dr. Sumeni, will take over from here. And as I mentioned, in just a few minutes, we'll be out of here. Thank you so much, panel members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, how are we? Thank you. I want to applaud all of you. As for today, right now, I want to grade you for all the people who are patiently sitting. Is there anything beyond A+++? What's beyond that? Because that's what I'm giving you. We are just going to have, you know, EP, Environmental Protection Agency. They are very heavily invested in this battle on sanitation and all the issues that we couldn't have had a program like this without having a point of view from them. Although the next panel, and next and last panel, would give us, we have the former executive director on it, we need to hear from Mr. Joy Hesse. He's the Deputy Director, Human Settlement Unit, EPA, and he's promised to deliver in 4.7. Okay, and then we are grading you. But please, this is very important. If you don't take anything away with you, EPA's message.
The presentation. Thank you very much. So I'll try in my presentation to summarize most of the things that has been said, coming from the angle of pollution, because the topic I was given was industrial pollution and domestic pollution. We've identified most of the pollution sources from various presenters. We have the point source, some factories, you can see Ghana Gas there emitting when they flare. Diffusion sources are runoffs from our waste management and sewer systems. This can also be classified under acute and chronic. Chronic, some of the air emissions from our vehicles. Then the media that it affects, we know, is air, water, soil. There are emerging pollution factors which are classified based on the nature of the pollutant. Our churches, our religious bodies are normally associated with noise. We have the light pollution where we have reflective materials. We have thermal and plastic. Some of these are also e-waste as part of some of these. All these are linked to our human activities as we try to develop as a nation. They are very complex. We have industrial and manufacturing, air emissions, effluent and hazardous waste normally associated with that. Let's go to our local government. Open burning has become an issue, which is direct to humans. We have traffic emission from urbanization and population growth. We all want to own a car. What type of diesel, what type of fuel are you using? Is it polluting? Waste management system, we've talked a lot about it. When we look at our block drains, flooding, open burning, groundwater contamination, energy and transport as well, the releases of GHG gases, ozone depletion gases. These are some examples. Let's go to the next slides. These are typical pictures taken. We've already seen the Galamsey issues, informal settlement or squat slums areas. Because of the lack of services, they find places to cause pollution. Typical example, waste management treatment systems. When it's open and it rains, they can overflow and pollute. Our famous "not in my backyard," the landfill sites, is becoming an issue. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, industrial activities can also cause a lot of these pollutants out. Sediments, we talked about abattoirs. We are not looking at that as well. Pathogens being released into the atmosphere. E-waste, landfills coming out with methane, odor, mercury, and other things. Our cement factories, or they come out with PMs, the particulate matters, they make noise, VOCs from our filling stations and petroleum product as well. All these leads to human health issues as already mentioned by several presenters. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, domestic is not being left out. Our domestic activities can also put a lot of loads in the system, in the environment. Open burning, discharge of sewage water treatment systems, poor septic systems, improper e-waste disposal, excessive noise, littering at the coastal areas. We know of the marine plastic issues. All these are causing a lot of pollution, but they have consequences, as we can see there. A lot can lead to flooding, groundwater pollution, stresses, sleep disturbance, marine pollution. It harms ourselves and also wildlife as well. Poisoning, soil contamination. Let's go to the next. But Ghana has a law, or there are laws and environment that helps safeguard us. And these are few of them. There are a lot of them. You know, the EPA Act has now been broadened to include pesticides, even climate issues, because these are all linked. So we are now an authority, not an agency. There are other key regulations and standards that helps us to regulate these emissions. And some of them are the environmental assessment regulations, which looks at things from the developmental project view. We have the hazardous and electronic waste regulations. So now we have dismantling sites, proper way of dismantling your electronic waste. Air quality, which regulates the emissions from vehicles and others. We have the effluent discharge, especially for waste treatment facilities. We also have the ambient and stack emissions law, also by the industries and factories that have stack emissions too. All these are there for people to comply. Therefore, we need to enforce. When we take the Public Health Act, a lot of the domestic consequences can be cured through this act. When we take Land Use and Spatial Planning Act, when it comes to how we zone to prevent, all these are pollution control measures. A lot was also said about the hierarchy of waste. We should focus more to the apex, the tip. Elimination is better. Substitute of hazardous waste material with safer alternative. You know, currently the EPA has banned the use of styrofoams, which will take effect in 2027. These are some of the pragmatic measures being taken. Reduction is also very key. If you use excess, more will come out. The more that serves as an input, the more output comes out. So you have to be efficient when it comes to reuse. Reuse, recycling, before you consider other options like treatment, safe disposal, and if there are remediation or restoration method, you look at it. So this waste hierarchy or prevention hierarchy has been there for ages. It's just, as we all know, action. We need to enforce this. Let's go. Yes, therefore, enforcement principles and processes are very, very important. We need to identify by inspection complaints. You need to complain to the public institution so that they can face on these things. Self-monitoring reports. We need to verify these things. We need to sample. We need to look out for the pathways for confirmations. We need to compare these findings against the standards and regulations we've set for ourselves. Then we can take the corrective action. If not, then we move into punitive measures using the law, prosecution, and others. Yes. 5 areas for credible inspection. We need to move from that picture to a good system. That is all. Let's go all this is a shared responsibility. We talked about that. Everybody must be involved. Industry, household, communities, MMDAs, regulators. Thank you. I need to end here.
You have to clap for him. This one is self-regulation. I like the fact that he said, thank you, I need to end here. Thank you very much. EPA, you've done a good job. We have a last, most interactive session. Please indulge me. Nobody should leave. I'll be looking out for you. This panel, I'm moderating myself. It's going to talk about all the necessary things we need to take with us. And I'm going to invite the panelist here, Dr. Henry Kokofu. He's the former CEO of EPA. Let's clap for him, let's clap for him, let's clap for him. Oh, drama, you are the last one standing. Yeah. Yes. Doc, you're welcome. Next, we have Heneba Kwejo Safo, founder and leader of Basta Boys. Basta Boys. Oh, Heneba, it's like you be slow small. Because they are cleaning everywhere. You see, his energy is down. Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. We have Mr. Yao Ata Ahin, Wash Technical Specialist, World Vision Ghana. One more chair. Okay, I'm going to give up my seat. We have Mr. Asamening God's Way. He's Chairman, Council of Elders, Bola Taxi. And then last but not the least, we have Mr. Ibrahim Musa, Head of Strategy, Policy and Campaigns, Water Aid Ghana. Please come have a seat. Please come have a seat. Gentlemen, it looks like I'm still the Lone Ranger here. SDG 5. Gender inclusion. Yes. I'm going to ask a few questions because of time, but I promise you, it's going to be most exciting. We are focusing, this panel is focusing on the everyday realities of water and sanitation access for households, communities, and schools. I welcome you all, gentlemen, to this panel. Right, we would throw the questions in and out. You give your take. It may not necessarily follow one after the other, so that we can make up for time. The first that we are going to address, so Ghana has made strong progress on getting water into households. Everybody agrees with that, even that. But open defecation and poor sanitation remain stubborn problems. Why does sanitation lag so far behind water access, and whose responsibility is it to close that gap? Government, communities, or the private sector? Please, who's going to take up the first for me?
All right, thank you very much. I think moving straight to the point, the responsibility lies with all of us as a country. Government has its part to play in terms of financing, ensuring that the needed financing is provided. The regulations and policies have been already talked about, but the citizenry also have a bigger share of the responsibility. How do we change our attitude to ensure that we manage waste, not treat waste as waste, but now waste is a resource? How do we go through and ensure that that is done? The private sector, like the big boys, Zoom Lion and Co., will have their own responsibility to take, and the traditional authority, the religious authority who are represented here. So all coming together, I think we can move the Ghana sanitation story towards 2030 as we progress. Thank you.
Well, I would say there are two things for me. And for me, the number one is prioritization. As a country, we haven't prioritized sanitation enough. And we have tended to treat it as an afterthought. And we think that it's not something that we should pay attention to. We have not financed it. We have not built the necessary infrastructure and all that. And then secondly, for me, Ghana does not have a sanitation problem it cannot solve. Ghana just have a national sanitation conscience which has been allowed to sleep and almost dead. And I think that what we need to do from here is to reawaken the nation's sanitation conscience. Once we do that and everybody comes on board, I think we should get far. Finally, let me say that behavior change is key. It's not an infrastructure issue only. And I think as a country, we need to launch a comprehensive, sustained behavior change communication strategy which will carry all citizens along. And once that happens, then sanitation will improve at all levels.
Right, thank you. Dr. Kokofu, you want to take a bite at this?
Yeah, thank you very much. All said and done, we have been saying that cleanliness is next to godliness. However, we decide not to do so. You will just put anything anywhere and think it is somebody's responsibility to take care of that. Sundays, we'll be going to churches well dressed up and make sure the body is so clean, yet our environment, we decide not to take care of that. So just as the last speaker said, behavioral change, we need to change our mindsets. We go to other jurisdictions, other countries, and a whole clean, a real crowd enough for. Yet he or she comes home and start throwing things around. Let us catch them young. We, the older generation, might have failed ourselves because the systems might have failed us. So the younger ones come in, those in schools, the primary schools, the SHS up to the university level, we should take the message straight to them so we can inculcate the habit of cleanliness in them as they grow up. It's very bad to see that what God told us to do, we've deviated. God asks us to take dominion over all things that He has created, and that's natural resources and the environment we find ourselves in. He decided to learn very hard to become the doctors, the engineers, the lawyers, yet we've decided not to abide by God's admonition to us to protect and safeguard the very environment that sustains us. So I can see my clergy, respected clergy around. It is a responsibility to take it to the congregation. I can see also students who are here up and coming. Don't follow us. We have failed ourselves. We failed the nation. Our generation have failed because the system failed us. So you, the up and coming, the youth coming, pledge to yourselves that we will succeed. We want to do something different. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want us to, on the note of the next generation, I have a good question here about the school toilet nobody wants to talk about. And so studies consistently show that inadequate school sanitation drives absenteeism, especially for girls once they start menstruating. If we know this, why do so many Ghanaian schools still lack functional toilets or hand washing facilities? Is this a funding problem, a maintenance problem, or a priority problem?
Again, for me, it is prioritization. It comes back to the same word. Because we haven't prioritized sanitation enough, we think that the school infrastructure is enough. The classrooms, the slates, the chalks, the pens are enough. But it is not. We forget to remember that sanitation creates the conducive environment for academic excellence. And you can have a research and link the two. Wherever sanitation is poor and children struggle to access toilet facilities, academic performance is poor. But one thing I must be quick to add is this, that for sanitation, the institutional arrangements for me are weak. The ministry, and from the ministry to the field, there is no operational agency for sanitation. And so when the policies are developed, who takes them and implements them? Let's go to Ministry of Health. You have the ministry, and then you have Ghana Health Service. You have Ambulance Authority, you have Blood Authority, you have HEFRA. Name all the authorities that you can find. When you come to the sanitation subsector, there is not even one. And how do you expect such a structure to succeed?
Yeah.
Beyond creating the ministry, it's also important that we establish the necessary operational agencies to be able to implement sanitation across board.
Right.
Once that does not happen, there will continue to be that missing link.
Okay.
And it will become nobody's business.
I would want Heneba to also take a bite at this, because you've been everywhere. Let's get your thoughts on this.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
First of all, I want to go back to the headline of the conference.
Yes.
Assessing Ghana's progress towards the United Nations Development Goals. And I'll say that I've sat here the whole time, and I think the topic has not been exhausted. I think by now we should be assessing in a way that we look at what has been done wrong, what we couldn't achieve, who failed what, then we can assess the system properly, so that whoever lives here go home with something that each and every one of us can do. Obviously, the foundation of all our sanitation problem is either being hidden deliberately or we just want to ignore it. The foundation of all our sanitation problems, and of course, the Ghanaian problem, is the mindset. We are talking about all the grammar. In 5 years, in 3 years, less than 3 years, sanitation or the SDGs will go to an end. And there is no amount of grammar that can excuse our failure in the next 3 or 4 years. So what we need deliberately is begin to put actions in place. And that is what I didn't get out of this conference.
Right. Thank you very much. It's brought us on track. We are assessing our progress. And so it's important that we keep looking back and then looking forward. A bit of the dichotomy must be addressed. Yes, Dr. Kofu.
Thank you very much. I remember in 2024, during our policy discussions, and WaterAid had started on getting sanitation authority. I think it's more necessary now than ever, now that we've scrapped the Ministry for Water and Sanitation. The sanitation authority is very key. But then, Ohineba rightly put it, systemic failure, and we are unable to really address the problem to the core. We fail at the policy levels. So even putting in place an authority in itself does not make the solution. But policies that work, we do have lots of them that do not work. EPA was here, and during my time in office, we recognized that the old law, the Environmental Protection Agency Act, Act 490 of 1994, was actually not working. It was 50 years of waste of time. That piece of legislation did not have the bite. So we decided to change the law altogether. Indeed, we are trying to do some amendments, and at a cabinet subcommittee level, defending it, I propose that we do an entire law. And today we do have EP Act 1124 of 2025. What it means is that the new law do have some bite. As we speak today, EPA is a quasi-security institution that can arrest, it can cause arrest and prosecute on its own by fiat from the Attorney General's office. So the application of law must work. Once we put the policies there, the enforcement of the law must work. And we must, as a matter of agency, prioritize the enforcement of laws, making things work, people get punished. When you talk about sanitation, the toilets and all the financial gap has always been an issue. And in the environmental space, the basic principle is the PPP, polluter pays principle. Yeah. So how much are you ready to pay as you cause all these things? And nobody wants to pay. The very few people who do have this public-private attendance areas, it is a fight all over the place. So we need to prioritize, we need to find money as a state, consciously put in the invest in the infrastructure in order to get these things running. Thank you.
But I would want to come in, my brother, you would take this one. You know, we talk about infrastructure, we talk about infrastructure, financing gap, and all of that. We could put in all the infrastructure, but the question is the behavioral change. What are we to do? Is it just the missing link of infrastructure, adequate infrastructure, I must add, or you could have all of that? Because I've been in development for some time, and you could have people defecating around a toilet facility. So, how was that? Could you give us an idea about that?
All right,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
it's a difficult one, but...
So, I think with the aspects you mentioned that the infrastructure could be provided, yet people defecate around, I think that will have to do with behavioral attitude or whatsoever. Now, there are many instances where these infrastructures are provided, but one thing I realized which push people away from using the infrastructure is that after a few months, this infrastructure is no longer accessible. In most cases, some of the public toilets, in fact, they look so bad that for you to even use it, you prefer, going to the bush. So these are some of the challenges. So we have the mindset, to some extent, we are intentional. We know the problem, and we are like, okay, this is our challenge. Why don't we handle it? But along the way, we miss commitment. Sorry, that is the missing link. The commitment, it's no longer there. So to make funds available, to maintain such infrastructures, they are not being made available.
Okay, I'm going to put a question to all of you. It would go around systematically so that we get your view. And you wanted to say something before the last?
Yeah, no, I was just saying that also with respect to this, we very need to be mindful of the equity issues.
Yes.
Equity issues are very critical in any development strategy.
Yeah.
Who are those at the margin of society? Mm-hmm. You very much hammered on the issue of schools.
Yes.
I mean, in the rural areas, how are schools performing with respect to access to decent toilet? When the girl child goes to school and she's in her menses, how does she cope? Because when the exam questions are said, it will not exclude that she missed school for 5 days. And so Amma has not to answer this question, and Kofi was in school has to answer this question. So school infrastructure, including sanitation, must make provision for girls who will naturally respond to natural issues such as menstruation and are able to stay in school, have decent changing rooms to be able to cope with decent school environment.
Fantastic, fantastic. Let's clap on that before we go for our last round of questions. This question is the last and it's part of the reason why we are here. The 2030 reality check, that's how I'm framing the question. So with 2030 only a few years away, if we are honest with this audience, is Ghana actually going to meet SDG 6 targets, or should we be talking about a realistic Plan B timeline? What would you tell a policymaker who is still publicly promising 2030?
Thank you very much. I think to be really realistic, as far as sanitation is concerned, both liquid waste and solid waste, Ghana, we are really struggling. Just that the recent policy measures government has taken, for instance, the 10% common fund that the president has directed MMDCs to actually implement, if it is actually invested well and mobilize private sector to leverage blended financing to these, I mean, we can cover some grounds.
Right.
So private financing such as the big boys, Zoom Lion, and even the smaller ones, the tricycle operators who can come into partnership with the big boys, and other PPP arrangements, it can really take us far. I mean, other NGOs can partner, but also central to this is the role of religious and traditional rulers, because they also have significant populations behind. How are they going to support government to push the last mile in the last 4 years? Then the development community can come with post 2030. Then that we can be able to strategize and catch up. But I still also say that in all these, equity issues should be central in our discussion. Who are not having toilet? How can we reach them? How can we develop strategies that can cover those who are the margins of society? Thank you.
It's a collective effort. It's a collective effort. My brother, please take it.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I want to be realistic here.
Yes.
Are we close to achieving it? No.
So we need a plan B?
We need a plan B.
What does that plan B look like?
Accra here, do we have a landfill site in Accra here? We don't. Which of our landfills are properly engineered? I'm not sure we do have. So are we close? No.
I think we
now.
I think Jospon has something, but you go on. Yeah.
Something. You just said something, but
A
you
major
can't be so
thing.
sure. You see, now it's a realistic. How is this affecting the life of the people around us, the family, the children who go to school, the family, the community members? They are the ones. When you talk to them, then they'll tell you the reality of where we are.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are not even close with all the presentation we had. Where's our water? Do we have water? No. No water. Which means that we are nowhere close. And I heard someone saying that, they were coming for a water bill, and then the man was fighting with the officer. That's the reality you are saying.
Yeah.
So are we close? No.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Hiniba?
Thank you. I think we are nowhere close, and in order to whether get close or not, we need to first of all be honest with ourselves and assess the issue from the bottom. It seems we know our problems, but when it comes to how exactly we deal with our problems, they want to play around it. Ghana will be 70 years in the next 7 months. Let's forget about the SDGs. Ghana is turning 70. The reality on the grounds. As we speak, we talk about the Silton in Nakole, but the gutters that are connecting to Nakole are coming with filth. Where then do we go with achieving 2030 SDGs in 3 years? It is not possible. So we need a plan B and a possible plan C. A lot of young people are in this room unemployed. What is the best way to really put these guys in charge of their communities, give them the necessary resources so they deal with their problem from source? Then it makes it the better way forward. Because for me, as I sit here, what we do at Barstow Boys, I can honestly tell you without fear or favor that we are nowhere close getting to the sanitation problem. As we speak, the mindset, which is the origin of all the problem, we are not tackling it. We have community police who are assisting police in arresting drivers. They are supposed to go in the communities, educate the people. Educate the people, and that is the foundation to which we can work getting close to the sustainable development. In this room, everybody have a bottled water. Let's see how many of them will carry their bottled water when they are leaving. So the mindset is the core foundation of every human problem. And until we get there and follow it with honesty, and the fact that 100 years from now, nobody will be in this room, everything we are talking about is going to be about history, and therefore we need to be honest with ourselves to the core and deal with the foundation. Nakole, among the many water bodies that gives us dignity, that gave us respect, and nothing to write home about. But we go to elsewhere and we appreciate River Now. River Now is equal as Nakole, so we should begin to deal with the issues to the root. Put partisanship aside, whether MPP or NDC. Whatever we experienced on 29th June, the flood was not asking for party cards.
Right.
So let's find a way to deal with our issues and deal with it in honesty.
Thank you. Very passionate. We need that passion moving forward. Dr. Kokofu, please.
Yes, related to your last question.
Yes, assessing our progress, or we need a plan B.
Yes. Then you are giving the infrastructure and everything.
Yes.
People still want to be
behavioral.
Yeah, that is indiscipline as it is. And we've moved away from our core values, the traditional way of thinking, the indigenous knowledge that identifies us as a people. You go to our smaller cities, our smaller towns and villages, and people behave properly and well because Odikru betimi amaya frɛ na ya punish you. They call communal labor to do the cleaning and all that. Why ma that point of thing. We've deviated from, and we call it Enibwe and all that. And the politics of it, just as he said, has worsened the situation. Everything in this country has been so much politicized that the politician is looking at his chances of winning the elections. Yes, I'm a political animal, but then my professional instincts does not allow me to be looking at the politics of it alone. So, in all honesty, we haven't reached, we can, 2030, you will be able to get to the SDG 6 and then 3. All the time, add 3 to 6.
Yes.
Because they go together.
Yeah.
We cannot, and we are not even thinking of getting there. What we need to do is to have a nationalistic outlook as to the problem. How best we can utilize the human resource base that we do have. We have a very large youthful population that are ready, able, and prepared to work. Why don't we find a way to get them to work in these sanitation spaces? So, finding solutions.
Yeah.
We must be more practical than talking and thinking and the empty promises that we've been given on the platforms. We need to get to work as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. And our last but not least.
Thank you very much. For me, I think we can't take things for granted anymore. I think that the task ahead of us is so big that we need to commit all our energies. Open defecation rate at 17.7%, water at 87.7%, toilet facilities in our households, only 25.3% have that. So the rest don't have a toilet facility. 25% of all public basic schools don't have a toilet facility and affects academic excellence. When it comes to solid waste, we generate in excess of 7.5 million tons of waste every day, every year. And yet very little is recycled. And I believe that we should be able to support the waste management companies, the service providers, to be able to deliver. They have the resources, they have the capacity, and they have the expertise. But for me, leadership is key. And I think that leadership must act. And I'm happy that the president has made sanitation a key performance indicator. But beyond becoming a key performance indicator, I think we need to also track performance. Assess the MMDCs. Not just assess, but reward those who are doing well and punish those who are not performing. If we begin to do that, people will begin to sit up and work. Finally, I think that we need to treat sanitation as a major contributor to job creation, and not just the sector that only takes away from the consolidated fund.
Yeah.
Sanitation can create jobs. Sanitation can become a big contributor to the economy, and I think we should look at it that way. Finally, let's prioritize and show commitment as a country and make sanitation a national development priority. That is the way to go. Thank you very much.
I want to say a big thank you to you all. I would want to give a little summary. My co-host, I would want to call you now. I'll give a summary. This is nuggets of all that we've listened to today, after which our CEO, the MD for Ignite Media, will come and give a closing statement, and thank you all. Please, yes, so gentlemen, I want to say thank you. I promised you a very practical panel, didn't I? I think it's been good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for them. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Right.
And you know, Heneba has thrown a challenge, and we'll see if it works. Yeah. So after the closing prayer, and we're stepping out, we'll see those who take along the bottles. Mose. Okay, we'll
right.
take that.
So I will go through a few nuggets, a summary of all the discussions that we've had. For those who came in late, you've missed, but you can take something with you. So government alone, from all the discussions, we know government alone cannot solve all the problems. Private sector has a role to play. We need to strengthen partnerships with private sector and industry players to improve transport, recycling, disposal, and all of that. The second is religious leaders, civil society, Media have a critical role to play in changing attitudes. Cleanliness, they say, is next godliness. Greater emphasis on reuse, recycling, and recovery. With the right investment, waste can become a tool, a resource. Then we should enhance and embrace a simple but powerful principle, which is a clean Greater Accra is a shared responsibility. The collectiveness of our behaviors and of our efforts has been said over and over. I have summarized a little bit of what Honorable Baja said. Please permit me 5 points of what you said. The first is prevention. Reduce amount of waste generated and prevent indiscriminate disposal. The second is collection. Ensure reliable, effective waste collection across our communities. The third, recovery. Promote recycling, composting, and recovery. Reduce pressure on resources. Then there's enforcement. Sanitation laws and bylaws must be respected. Then the last, behavioral change. Infrastructure alone will not solve our sanitation problem if our attitude doesn't change. Finally, stronger coordination is needed. Now, we also need better data. I think that all the decisions that we have to make must be evidence-based. So on that note, it's been myself and my co-host.
Yes, Doc, and the one from Ohineba, Ohineba Kwejusafu says that we know our problems, but when it comes to dealing with them, we play around. And it's not possible to achieve the 2030 SDG goals. So let me try. Will we be able to achieve it?
We need the data.
Yes or no? Hey, you are simple. So the conclusion is no, right? Then there's a lot on all of us in government to make sure that as soon as possible, we find a plan B or plan C and make this work. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. At this point, Doc, let me acknowledge our sponsors and partners. Please, our number one partner for today is you, who came here, who showed up. Please, a round of applause for yourself. Thank you so much for coming. And a big thank you to Bell Beverages. Bell Beverages, thank you so much for supporting us. And as you can see here, the EPA, UNICEF, the NGO Watch Forum, BNFT, Ghana Water Company, ESPA, World Health Organization, WashNet, Graphic Group, Women and Leadership, Climate Africa, and Security. And also, this is the African Development Fund. Yes, thank you to all of you for supporting this amazing program here to assess our progress. We know now there's much more that we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our closing remarks and we'll call on the MD for the Ignite Media Group, Klaus von Backenstein, to do that for us. We'll take the closing prayer and then we're out of here.
Thank you, MCs. Of course, we spent too much of your time, so I'm going to be very brief. Thank you all for coming. And Ohineba said something which is very touching. It is the mindset, the behaviors. Somehow, when we travel and go to countries where the laws are enforced, we do the right things. When we come back here, then we start misbehaving. What it means is that we will put pressure on the system to enforce the laws. All of us have that role to play. The law enforcers should enforce the law. There's a reason why when we go to our villages, we find them very clean. Where I come from, if you drop anything on the ground, you'll be called upon to pick it up. The women sweep the market every Saturday because we believe that our environment is our own environment, and so it must be clean. Ohineba is also worried that there was no action, there was no discussion on actions. This is just the beginning. The conversations will continue on our platforms. Currently, we have a program that runs on Fridays. It's called a Clean Report, 1 p.m. on Metro TV. So every week, we're going to be engaging stakeholders on the actions that we need to take and monitor the progress, so we can assure you that this is just the beginning. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Klaus von Backenstein. At this point, I just want to share a reminder. So you saw the documentary that we played earlier. That was just snippets. Tonight at 8 p.m. on Metro TV, we'll bring to you a full documentary of that on Metro TV. The documentary that was played earlier, where my colleagues went to town to assess how we're doing on the grounds. So tonight, 8 p.m., do join us on Metro TV for that food documentary. And of course, follow us also on Metro TV Ghana, Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok, on X, also DSTV channel 277. Same for Original TV on all platforms, Original 91.9 FM, and of course on Metro Digital, also www.metrotvonline.com. We'll take the closing prayer. And then right after that, the cultural troupe would close us, but there's an exhibition outside also, so you could just pass through and grab something for yourself from the exhibitors. And because we've kept you here, we've got something nice for you outside also. So let me call Reverend Amuzu once more. Okay. Rev, my very good. Please, let's appreciate it from the Christian Council.
Let's sign out. When it's done, we'll walk off. Yes, have to mention that.
Okay, so I'm thanking Christian Council of Ghana also for the massive support. You should have thanked us, right? Yes, so we offered massive support. Donated books, and you can't work on mindset without, feeding the people with the right stuff. Thank you very much. Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for the brilliant idea to put this conference together. The United Nations gave us strategic development goals for all member countries. And we have just discussed that, Lord, we are far behind. But we believe that all things are possible with you. So, Lord, beyond this conference, help us to continue to work collaboratively to implement all the ideas we have discussed. All stakeholders, states and non-states, should come together to push hard so that by 2030, we'll have a good story to tell ourselves and the rest of the world. But as we live here, we're not living your loving and gracious oversight. Go with us. Stay with us. Let us continue to show our commitment to taking care of the environment you have given us. So by so doing, we will write the negative history that we have made of ourselves. To you be all the glory and praise for what you have done through the Ignite Media. We thank you and bless you in the mighty name of Christ Jesus our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. And the World Vision Ghana says they've put together a Bible, sanitation Bible. Yeah, something like that. And so Christian Council of Ghana, they are ready to partner with you to continue with the education. Thank you very much. I am Desmond Okrekudans, host of Good Afternoon Ghana on Metro TV. It's been a pleasure being your MC together with
Dr. Abdul. We've served you today. Thank you very much for staying.
Thank you very much. Do connect, network with someone. The cultural troupe will take us away. Bye-bye.
Love